issues, but we are back live and ready to get into the top 8 today. We're going to bring you 4 matches. We're going to bring you the top 8, both top 4 matches, as well as the finals. Joining me here in the first match is Courtney from Enchanted Chatter. Courtney, how are you this morning?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready for some Lorcana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we took a look at what some of the meta breakdown was yesterday. How did it shake up here for the top 8?
So for the top 8, we have 5 dog players. We have 1 Amber Amethyst, 1 Amethyst Sapphire, and 1 Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense
Yep,
based on the numbers that we saw yesterday.
It absolutely does. So dogs was the most represented deck in the room yesterday, and we saw it convert really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that Ruby Sapphire, Amber Amethyst, and the Blurple deck were the next 3 most represented decks, each one of them making it into the top 8?
So the only one that wasn't one of the next top 3 was that Ruby Sapphire. That actually had a pretty small piece of the pie yesterday. So that is a little bit of our underdog story per se. But I think we all know that that deck has been performing really well. So it's not completely unsurprising that we see it in Top Cut.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see how the deck sort of evolved from like the Robin Hood strategy to where we are now. But it looks like we are ready to get into this top 8 match. And we do have that Ruby Sapphire going up against the Dogs deck. Christopher ending his run undefeated, 6-0-2. Joshua dropping just 1 match throughout the day, 6-1-1 on that Ruby Sapphire strategy, trying to get those Lilos out, trying to get those Olafs out, sing some grab your bows, and get those dogs off the board.
Absolutely. And I think with the Olafs in this deck, it really does help its matchup with some of these more aggro decks because essentially the Dogs deck can get a quick start. And then once Joshua is able to get those Olafs in play, he's able to kind of get the game back under control and bring himself back into a better position to counter the Dogs and that aggro board state.
Yeah, Olaf's so good at finding the answers that you need or just stalling the game, like you mentioned, can also sing songs like A Pirate's Life, as Christopher is going to get that Nani into the Inkwell. We see Lady Decisive Dog, a classic opener here for the Amber and Emerald strategy. We'll see if Joshua is able to do that classic turn number 3 that these Ruby Sapphire decks like to do, which is play 3 actions that all cost 1, and then play some free Lilos.
And it does look like he has a Lilo in hand, so hopefully he is able to find those low-cost actions to get those out.
2 Nanis going into the Inkwell here for Christopher. A little bit of an anemic turn number 2 with just the Rhino, 1/16 Wolf, coming down onto the board. Not able to target any opposing characters with that ability to give them -1 strength for the turn. But we do quest for 1 with the Lady here. Would have loved to see a Willow plus a Tramp here. That way you can get super aggressive before that turn number 3 where those Lilos can potentially come down on the board. And there we find a second one. It looks like he wants to take it.
Yeah, I think it would be probably my decision to take that Lilo as well, and it looks like he does. Organizes those cards and passes the turn.
Yeah, choosing the sequence of the cards on the bottom of the deck off of Vision of the Future or Develop Your Brain or Dig a Little Deeper is very important in this deck because you are most of the time going to see those cards creep their way back to the top of the deck and then draw them again just because there is so much cycling as we are going to shift Lady Miss Park Avenue. No cards to get back from the discard. So this is a really weird start for Christopher, inking 3 Nanis and not really doing what he wants to do. He has 2 Eleanors in hand and an Under the Sea.
So it looks like a very uninkable hand there.
Here's action number 1. We'll see if we're able to play 2 more here. We can get 2 Lilos out again. We're absolutely free, but with the Lady Decisive Dog the Miss Park Avenue, plus an Eleanor potentially coming down on turn number 4, the Grab Your Bow is not going to look as good unless you're able to find multiple copies of Distract. It does look like we are going to be able to find the 3 actions necessary.
It absolutely does.
And here they come, Lilo causing an uproar. She's going to come in, ready that Lady, and ready the Rhino. So this is the start that we wanted to see from Joshua.
Yeah, and particularly being able to get out two of those Lilos versus just that one he had in his starting hand feels really good. Putting that pressure doesn't allow Christopher to keep questing with those characters for free.
Here comes the Eleanor. Now, we only have two characters on the board. This is not typically what we see on the Eleanor turn. We're usually questing here with three characters or challenging or using their abilities to get them exerted. That way, we can draw a card, gain a lore, and deal one damage, but not able to in this position. Joshua here on the draw is looking really, really good in this position.
Absolutely. And we pick up another Lilo there from the Develop Our Brains. So, really great card. Getting three out feels very, very good.
Yeah, playing all of these free characters that are amazing singers in this strategy is the goal, as we do have two actions on the board. I like how Joshua is keeping them on the board until he gets all three down to play that free Lilo. Next stop, Olympus is a really strong card to play with Maui Half Shark, but we're putting that into the Inkwell to sail the Azurite Sea, draw an additional card, and we can ink additionally for this turn as well. And it looks like we do have a Snowman of Action in hand as well.
And I think we are about, so we have 7 actions now essentially in the discard. So, in a good spot with those Olafs as well.
Yeah, we're questing here for 4. We could have also used those Lilos to sing a Sing Together song like There's Nothing We Won't Do, or dig a little deeper, for example, as another Lilo is going to come down. Ready our other Lilo. Do we have a song that we'd like to sing? We do have Grab Your Bow, but would only hit one character at this point, that being the Rhino. Here we have a Tramp Street Smart Dog coming into the hand for Christopher. Might want to get both of these Eleanors down, but it's just such a tricky situation right now. You're not really able to quest in the face of these Lilos.
No, you really can't. You're going to trade not well into
Yeah.
them. So this is really a point where Christopher has to decide how he takes his next few steps.
He could go Tramp here, but would only draw 3, would discard 3 as well, leave 2 cards in his hand. He does have Under the Sea, but he doesn't have the tools right now to lower the strength of the Lilos to send them to the bottom of the deck. We do have options available to us, like the Rhino we see on the board, as well as Della's Moon Lullaby, which we did see go into the Inkwell last turn. Christopher just sort of confused here as to what is going on with his deck, finding all of his top end here really early instead of those lower cost characters that he needs to get on the board with the Eleanor.
Yeah, and it's really never fun when you end up with a hand like that. You're just making what feels like bad decisions, but you have nothing better to do with a hand that doesn't have the answers that you want in that turn.
It's just sitting with the Tramp and sitting with the Under the Sea in hand. His biggest characters in the deck finding their way into his hand. A lot of them being uninkable to Eleanor's and the Lady Miss Park Avenue. We'll see what Joshua wants to do on this turn, as Helping Hand is going to come down. Give a character support. We are going to draw a card. Again, in this deck, you'll see the Ruby Sapphire deck just playing these one-cost actions that draw you a card, net you one card in the form of like Develop Your Brain or something like that. That way you continually cycle cards into your hand, and then you put them into your discard pile, making your Olaf Snowman of Actions cost 0 or very, very cheap.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that I see in Joshua's deck that we haven't seen in play yet, but he has a one of Tigger in the Crow Nest, which
Oh, I love that card.
Yeah, yes, with all these actions is a really powerful card. So it'll be interesting to see if we see that in this match.
Yeah, it can be an incredible finisher, as the Olaf Snowman of Action is going to come down onto the board. After we use that Grab Your Bow, we combine that with Distract to lower the Miss Park Avenue's strength. That way, Grab Your Bow could hit them both. And Christopher, just in a really tough position, has been since turn number 2 when he just played that Rhino. You need something a little bit better there. Does he have to ink a Tramp to play a Tramp? It is such a tragic situation that we're in. We're going to draw 2, discard 2. One of them probably going to be Under the Sea. Lady Miss Park Avenue isn't bad. You can get 2 characters back from the discard pile with that card.
Yeah, I think if I was in Christopher's shoes, that's the card I'm keeping, and it looks like he throws it back with the Under the Sea. So
Interesting. Decides to keep a Rhino here in this position. Has the ink to play the Mist Park Avenue out for 5, but Christopher might be seeing something that we are not currently. We're going to go on a vision here, looking for an additional card, an additional threat that we need. There's the Maui Half Shark, really, really powerful card in this strategy. As we've seen so many cheap actions that Maui can just rack up so much lore turn after turn. If he's not answered almost immediately, can really end things by himself.
And one thing here that I definitely respect Josh is taking his time to make these decisions, not really resting on the fact that he is at 8 lore already
Mhm.
and has pretty good board control. Just still playing very conservatively to make sure he gets to the finish line.
Yep, supporting that Lilo again with Helping Hand. We're going to draw an additional card here. It's interesting, Joshua is not really inked all too much in this game. We're still a couple turns away from that Maui as another Olaf Snowman of Action is going to come down, but we don't need Maui when our board is this wide and this tall. We can sing anything we want. We can quest pretty freely as there's nothing really that is going to challenge into your characters on the opposite side of the board. And there we go for 8. And Christopher needs a miracle here off the top of the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think to your point of we haven't seen Josh ink very much. He's looking at a lot of his actions and characters that come in for free off those actions and valuing those versus sending them to the inkwell, which I think is a very smart choice in this matchup.
Christopher just doing some math here, and the math is not in his favor as
The
his
math is not
opponent.
mathing, sadly.
His opponent had so much lore on the board, was already at 16, and it looked like Joshua was the aggro deck there, not Christopher. So able to get game number 1 on the draw. That's exactly what you want to do if you're the Ruby Sapphire deck. And I know there are so many players out there that really believe in this strategy. So it's great to see him here at the top tables going up against the ever-present Dogs deck. Christopher gonna have to find a stronger start, and it's not hard to find a better start in this Dog strategy as you have so many characters that come onto the board for cheap. Just wasn't able to find them. He said, I'm gonna pile shuffle, try to get these things mixed up a little bit more here because I didn't like what I saw in that game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on Joshua's side, really a master class in this deck. I think a lot of people, when they're playing the Ruby Sapphire from prior iterations of this build and other decks in these color pairings, you see you're inking as much as possible. And I think not inking here is a very strong choice with this deck, and remembering that a lot of those actions really are become powerful in even the early game and later game to get those characters out on board for low cost to no cost.
Yeah, again, if you are interested in playing this deck, the strongest play lines that you can do are basically ink on 1, ink on 2, ink on 3, and then on that turn number 3, play 3 actions and play some free Lilos. That is like the strongest thing that you can do. That way you establish an early Singer to sing, grab your bow, to stifle aggression like we saw in that game number 1. And if you're really lucky, you can have multiple Lilos in your hand to do that because all of the cards that you are playing that cost 1 will draw you a card. So they dig deeper into your deck. They try to find you that Lilo, that Olaf to play out for cheap or for free. And that is how you establish a strong board early on that a lot of other decks can't really deal with, especially this Dog strategy. Like we mentioned, there's so many cards in the deck that are low cost and just don't have the strength and willpower to go up against early Lilos, early Olafs, and definitely not Maui Half Sharks, as we do see 1 there in hand for Joshua. Probably, well, 2 now. Probably going to send both of those back.
Yes, I would agree with that. And looks like we have a little better of a starting hand on Christopher's side. Going to send a few of those larger characters back, which makes sense. But seeing some of those lower cost characters is definitely going to help in this matchup.
Christopher opts to keep the Emerald Chromacon there. That is a
Did you say
really
1 or
strong
2? in his hand there?
Chromacons?
Yeah.
I believe he kept Lady Decisive Dog, Bobby Zimmerowski, Tramp Enterprising Dog, and Emerald Chromacon.
Okay, perfect. I was watching both players at that point and wasn't sure if I saw one or two.
Yeah, Christopher opting to keep that card. I think it is pretty strong in this matchup. Like we mentioned, those big characters are difficult to deal with in challenges, but if you can return them to your opponent's hand, especially the Lilo, and they don't have all the actions to get them back out for free. We saw in that game, Joshua didn't ink till 2-5 for a long, long time. Christopher, the Dogs deck, had more ink most of that game than Joshua did. So if you're able to return those Lilos and they can't play them for free, that is great value. And Christopher, an amazing hand here, has the Aurora, has the Eleanor early as well. So a bunch of different options to go for here, and it's going to have a much stronger start. So we'll see what Joshua is able to battle back with, as Bobby's going to hit the Inkwell, and Lady Decisive Dog comes down on turn number 1 again.
And we're inking that Pirate's Life, and I think we're just going to pass our turn.
Yep, that's what you got to do here. It might be tempting to use Develop Your Brain on turn number 1, but you got to save that in case you get to that Lilo on turn number 3. That's what you want to do in this strategy. So Joshua, recognizing that, staying patient, like you mentioned in game number 1. Do we have the Grandmother Willow? It does look like we
Yes,
do
it
have that
does.
powerful combo. So we can ink here, go Grandmother Willow plus a Tramp Enterprising Dog, boost up Our Lady, quest for 3. That's what you want to do. Need to get over this finish line, get as much lore as possible, because we saw in that game number 1, Olaf Snowman of Action is going to come down over and over and over and reduce that lore as the game goes on, and you have to think about a Pirate's Life. So getting as much lore as possible is what you want to do, but unfortunately had to ink the Tramp Enterprising Dog there and goes for an Aurora, wants to discount the Eleanor with the character on board. Interesting, could have gone for Grandmother Willow there and a free Tramp and kept the other Tramp in hand, but opts not to do that. But I think Vision of the Future is perfectly fine to play here on turn number 2 for Joshua.
Absolutely.
It costs 2, so it's not one of those one-cost actions that you need to play on that third turn. He's really thinking about this. We're going to take another peek at the hand here. What do you think he's looking for here? If he sends that Olaf to the bottom, he's not going to see him for quite a while. But then again, we don't have any actions in the discard just yet. This Vision of the Future will be the first one.
And I think that's exactly what he's thinking about here. Do I take one of these low-cost actions, except Olaf's going down there, and it is what he decides to do there, which definitely is a little bit of a hard call because you know how powerful those Olafs can be in this matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't have any Lilos in his hand, though. It does have the actions to play her, so he can start playing those actions and see if he finds her, but right now doesn't have that powerful playline that we saw in game number 1, and Christopher in a much better position here. Does have the ink to put into the Inkwell right now, quest with Aurora, and get Eleanor down onto the board to start drawing some more cards and gaining some lore. So that's probably what we'll see here from our Amber and Emerald Dogs player.
Yeah, and I'm interested in what's running through his head right now because really hesitating on wanting to ink this Ursula. And I definitely understand there are a few songs that Joshua has, but I think he leans heavier on the actions. So I feel like I would ink that a little bit more freely.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I mean, I'm just thinking about that previous turn where we went with Aurora instead of Grandmother Willow, because that left him no other option but to ink the Ursula there on that turn. If he had the uninkable on the board instead of that inkable Aurora, he wouldn't have ran into that issue and would still have the discount to play Eleanor here on turn number 3. So maybe biting him a little bit there, as we're going to sail the Azurite Sea on Joshua's side, develop our brain as well, and take another sail, send that Bee King Undisputed to the bottom. That is not a very useful card in this matchup.
No, not at all.
They like to go wide, the Dogs. Yeah,
and now just deciding, do we Do we gamble? We don't have the Lilo in hand yet, but we do have some things that allow us to dig a little bit further and hope that we draw that.
Is she there? He's keeping it a secret. If she is, I think he would have slammed her onto the board very quickly. Doesn't look like it. We flip the ink over. We put the actions in the discard, and we pass the turn. So no Lilo on turn number 3. Christopher, the runway is free and clear to get to questing.
Absolutely, and this would be a great turn to get that Chromacon down, to be able to protect some of those characters and keep Joshua's board pretty clear.
We do quest with the Aurora here, allowing us to play another Aurora Holding Court for free. Here comes the Grandmother Willow. Now we're counting out our characters. We do have enough to play the Tramp Street Smart Dog, so we are going to be able to draw 6 cards here and discard 6. We do find the Ursula there. We know that Grab Your Bow can be played here on this next turn, but your board is so wide that paying 5 for that card right now I don't think is going to help too much. You might just want to take a Tramp here, play another free Tramp, and just keep questing.
Absolutely.
And that's what he decides to do. We'll see if he plays it, and he does for free. Here we're just going to put all of these cards into the discard pile. We cannot put any in our hand as we don't have any cards in hand. So there they go. No Lilos, unfortunately, but such a wide board. Grab Your Bow. Really not going to do too awful much, as we are going to quest for 3 with that Lady Decisive Dog, as we played 4 characters on this turn.
Yep, absolutely.
And we gained that lore from Eleanor, so we're all the way up to 14. Joshua missing the Lilos on turn number 3, and this can just happen in this deck, as we are going to sail the Azurite Sea, see if we can find an answer. Maybe we can get a bunch of actions in our discard this turn, maybe find some Lilos and play a couple Olafs.
Yeah. If we can get those Lilos and Olafs off this turn, that's going to feel very good for Joshua and get him back into this game.
We're digging through the deck. I love the way that this is very thematic with the dig a little deeper. And he's like, nope, don't got it. Let's go to game number 3. But luckily for Joshua, he won that game number 1 on the draw. So this will be his first game here on the play. And if he is able to do what he did in game number 1 while being the first player to go, he'll be so far ahead of Christopher's strategy that it will be very difficult for Christopher to come back. But the big issue with the Ruby Sapphire deck is sometimes they just miss and do nothing.
Exactly. And I think this is a really good deck, but it is one of those decks that if you don't hit your play lines, there's really not much you can do to come back in the game.
Christopher loved that pile shuffle after game number 1. He got basically the perfect hand that you could ask
that was
for.
lucky. We're going to do it again. We're going to run it back.
We are going to hit that pile shuffle now. For all the chatters out there that know pile shuffling does not randomize the deck, I'm sure we will see Christopher shuffle here after the pile. But sometimes it just feels good, especially in the top cut, just to get that ritual going. People are sometimes superstitious about the way that they play. I mean, I know whenever I'm playing, if I draw my cards, I'll put 7 on the board, and if I lose that game, we're done with that. We're going to draw, and we're going to look at them one at a time. If I lose that, we're going to draw 4 and then 3, and we're just going to keep it going until something works.
Yeah, sometimes my dice go in dice jail
yes,
after they've done me wrong. Yeah, so it's... I also sometimes like to cut my opponent's deck by just taking the top 7.
Oh, interesting. I like that. I'm going to steal that.
It really sometimes messes with their brains.
I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This was going to be your hand. It's
nope,
not anymore.
It's not anymore. You wanted those 7 cards right at the bottom now.
Let's see what we have here. Joshua does have a Lilo and the Snowman of Action in the hand. Opts to keep the Lilo, and we do see that Tigger.
We do see, and it's also the Enchanted, which I'm always biased of and like to see in a deck.
Oh, Big King Undisputed is not what you want. Maui's not what you want. Distract's pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
And what else can I do? Oh, no. This hand is not turning out the way. Let it go. That's not what you want either. But we do have Vision of the Future. He's looking at his hand like, what did I do? Christopher, on the other hand, here is looking like putting back 2 at this point. Or maybe those are the 2 he wants to... or
It
sorry,
looks like
3
that he's keeping, and I think that makes sense because it looks like we've got some. We're trying to
queens.
decide whether we want to keep the queens.
The queens are not bad. They dodge, grab your bow. They can challenge into Lilos. They're very useful in this matchup. Does have an enterprising dog as well as a rhino. 2 queens. That's what we're thinking about. He's really in the tank here. This is important. We are playing to get that first place placement to earn an invitation to the North American Championships. And is he going to full keep here?
Okay.
Interesting. I don't think he sent any cards back. Or
Nope.
were those the 4 cards that he took? We are inking Let It Go and passing on turn number 1 for Joshua. His hand is not the starting hand that he wants, but luckily for him, he does have Vision of the Future, and he can draw really well off the top of his deck early to find those early cards that do cycle. Pay 1, draw 1, use an effect. Here we are going to distract for 2. Find a Pirate's Life.
That's
This
not
isn't
what we want
want.
to see.
No 1-cost actions in the hand right now, despite the fact that he has the Lilo. If he had those in hand at this point, he'd be in such a good position. But right now, looks like the tables have turned from that game number 1 where Christopher had that awful hand. Joshua needs to find some cards here to try to fix things a little bit. Do we have any songs? We do. We've got 3. What would you like to take? I think maybe you go for a Pirate's Life here in this position just because it is inkable.
That's exactly what I would say. I would take that Pirate's Life because it is inkable. But we are going to take a minute to read some of these cards.
Yeah, what else can I do? It is very similar to How Far I'll Go. It costs 5. We take a look at the top 2, put 1 in the hand, 1 into the inkwell. However, we also give our characters Ward, which is very useful in this deck because you have so many large characters that you just don't want to be targeted by anything. You want them to stay up and active. That way they can sing songs later in the game. So Christopher thinking about this. Again, maybe Pirate's Life is the right decision here. And he does go for that. The inkable card. Keep those uninkables in hand and put Joshua in a tough position. Maybe make him ink that Olaf, ink that Lilo. But we're probably going to ink Maui.
Yeah, I mean,
first.
I think definitely potentially Vision first, but I think you're looking for your lower cost actions here or potentially a Lilo. I don't think you're looking for just an inkable card, and Maui just seems like an easy answer. You don't need that right now in this matchup, as much as it would be nice later in the game.
Yeah, this is a tough position that Joshua's found himself in. Not only does he have all of his top end in his hand, he's got no actions really in the discard right now. 2, Ursula was kind enough to put an additional 1 in there for him, but we're so far away from the Olaf Snowman of action at this point. He's really thinking over this turn. This is an important one. This is a key card that you need to help fix your hand, and he decides, I need another Vision of the Future to make this thing a little bit better on the next turn, and we're probably just going to ink Maui Half Shark here and pass it on over as we're still just stuck in such a difficult position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's just we've got a really unfortunate hand on Josh's side.
At least he can rest a little easy here knowing that we didn't have the explosive start of Lady to drop into Tramps. We have the Pluto on the board, so not a ton of lore pressure. 0 lore right now on the board, but we are going to use that Pluto discount and play an early Tramp. Street Smart Dog. So we can take a look at 3 new cards here and send 3 to the discard pile. I like this play here, the early Resilient Tramp, knowing that there is no grab your bow in the hand for Joshua.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we also were able to pick up another Tramp.
Lady, a pretty obvious choice here to put into the discard pile. Tough for decks that don't put Lilo into the inkwell to get rid of or put her to the bottom of the deck. And the Ruby Sapphire strategy here is just going to be removing her the good old-fashioned way by either challenging or banishing her with a song like Grab Your Bow. So Lilo going to be a recurring threat over and over and over again throughout this game. Looks like we're thinking about inking and playing this Rhino onto the board.
and starting our quest.
Yeah, gotta get that lore while you can, and there's nothing going on the opposite side. And usually that's what you do see for the Ruby Sapphire deck. We mentioned that they do a whole lot of nothing until they do a whole lot of something. And right now we are doing a whole lot of nothing, and we don't really have anything in our hand. If Christopher saw exactly what his opponent drew for that turn, I think he'd be pretty happy. His Vision of the Future is going to come down again. We're looking for something, anything to get
Any
us out of this
answers?
situation.
Oh, and our sales decided to,
Oh
yeah.
no, now he has to think about, do I keep the Lilo here? I don't have all the actions to get her down onto the board. Can I stall
Yeah.
one more turn to get these free Lilos out, or do I need to play a Lilo right now?
And this is just really an unfortunate hand. As a player, you hate to see this.
Yeah.
Because these are one of those moments where you aren't losing the match. It's the luck of the draw at this point that is losing you the match, and it really stinks when you get this far into a tournament and you just brick out, and it's completely the deck and not you as the player.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this deck list. There are I believe, at least 16 one-cost actions in the deck that will draw you a card. If not 16, bare minimum, there's 12 in this deck. So there are so many that you can play and just hasn't been able to find them. Another Vision, a Pirate's Life on the top there. This is just a brutal set of cards here on the top. I don't know what Christopher did with that pile shuffle,
Yeah.
but it has apparently blessed his deck and cursed his opponents.
Absolutely, and it's 21 drops.
20, yeah. I figured it had to be at least a double-digit number there.
I lied. It is 16.
16.
I
Distract cost 2, yeah.
misspoke that. Yeah, I thought distract was only a 1 cost, but it is a 2 cost. But
Yeah,
still,
so
it's just so unfortunate to have this happen.
16 in the deck, has only played 1 to this point and has looked through so many cards, and just the frustration on his face. He passes, doesn't even ink for the turn. Hey, let's bring Lilo back. Why not? She only costs 1 here, thanks to the Grandmother Willow. We're counting out more tramp math, and doesn't ink for the turn for Joshua. Interesting, because if we did ink and we drew Grab Your Bow off the top, we could ink again and play it and maybe stifle a little bit of this aggression, but we do go ahead and play the tramp. Street Smart Dog out for 1 ink. Man, this is just brutal for Joshua, and you can tell by his posture, arms crossed, his face, just the frustration. I feel so bad for him, but Christopher's like, hey, man, that happened to me game number 1.
Yes, it did. And I said, pile shuffles from now on.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here, most definitely, as the Dogs deck here might be able to get over the finish line unless there is just some sort of miracle, like we mentioned, coming off the top of the deck. Joshua did have the opportunity to keep a couple of those 1-cost cards in his hand from the opening altar. I know at least he had a helping hand, maybe regretting sending all of those cards back, but you got to think your deck needs to operate the way that you built it, and the way that you built it is 16 1-cost actions that draw a card in some form or fashion. You would have figured he would have found some of those. Not What Else Can I Do? Not A Pirate's Life, not Be King Undisputed, but unfortunately, that's just the way the cards came into the hand, as we do have a desperate plan, and we might need to use it here because we are desperate.
Absolutely.
Vision of the Future is going to be the card.
Sometimes I like the gentle draw of, okay, please do what I need.
Yeah, 1 at a time, slowly but surely.
Could you give me just the answers I'm looking for? That would be great.
We do take one of those 1-cost actions here, so if we can ink and play 2 of them, we can get a free Lilo down onto the board, and we have 6 actions in the discard right now. We're probably not going to be able to get to 9 here to play that Snowman of Action. How much lore do we have sitting on the opposite side of the board? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're 1 away from game if we can shift the lady here or get our decisive dog up to 3 strength. That will be everything, but here's the desperate plan. Did we find something to get us out of this position? We're going to have to discard one card at random. Knowing Josh's luck, this is going to be the one card that he needs.
I know. The way this has been going.
All right, we're just going to pick
We're
the
gonna
card
pick
out.
it.
No dice necessary. Joshua says, don't worry about it. And it's
Oh,
Lilo.
Lilo,
Oh,
and it's a good game.
no.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. That is not what you
What
wanted to see.
see.
Brutal, brutal. That was just maybe the unluckiest game I've ever seen in Disney Lorcana in my entire experience watching, playing, whatever.
Absolutely. But, I mean, truly, Josh here, wonderful sportsman behavior, and it's you don't want to see it, but it just some days it just is how the cards come out. And I know it doesn't feel good when you've been playing a full day in round one of Top Cut. You just don't see the answers you're looking for.
That was so unfortunate. I think a lot of us, a lot of you in the chat would have had a crazy crash out in that moment, but Joshua kept it cool.
Cool, yeah.
And he was like, hey, no dice, just pick the card.
Yeah,
and it was the one card that he wanted to keep in his hand. And that was just so unfortunate. There was so much lore pressure on the opposite side of the board. I don't know if that Lilo would have even saved him in the first place, but that's just, you don't got to kick a man when he's down.
No,
like that.
Exactly. That was just so unfortunate to watch. But it looks like we've got one more dog moving on.
Yeah, one more dog here moving on into that top four. And in the top four, like I said, we're going to show you both matches from the top four, which will be a lot of fun. Bring you guys an extra match out there from the DCI CCQ. So Christopher there is going to play the winner of Josh and Robert's match. Do we know? I believe that was a dog's mirror, and Josh, the hero from New Zealand, I know a lot of people are out there rooting him on to try and get his North American qualification, has already qualified overseas in 2 different events. So we'll see if he is able to get it done here.
And I am able to confirm that between Josh and Robert's match, Josh did win that match.
All right, Josh able to get it done there. So he is still alive, and we will see him in this round. Like I said, we're going to bring you both matches from the top 4, which I'm really excited about.
Me as well. And I think we may be having an interview coming up shortly. But we will keep you locked in here for the time being. Yeah.
Do we know what other decks are? Is the Blurple still in? Is the Amber Amethyst still in the running here?
So taking a look here, and I apologize, I'm cooking on a small screen.
Okay, so
sorry.
No, you're good.
Just refreshing to see if we pull in the top 8. So we have.
So Robert Dennison was the Amber Amethyst, and he was taken down by Josh. So that's another non-dogs deck. Who was the Blurple player?
The Blurple player we had, I believe, was
Matthew Ortiz. Okay.
And his game is still being played right now.
Okay, so there's
potential.
one non-dogs player still out and about, bounding around in this tournament, and that is the Blurple deck, and that would have been my pick. That's the deck I would have brought. I think it is in a good position. Only one made it into the top cut, despite being the 3rd most represented deck here. But if you're on the play, I genuinely believe you are favored into the dogs deck if you're able to hit that curve.
I think if you're able to hit the curve, that deck is doing very well against dogs right now.
Yeah. If you're able to get like a Luisa or a Rafiki on turn number 1, we ramp on turn number 2. You'd love to have a Tipo, just to have an extra character on the board to potentially put 1 damage or whatever on the board. I mean, I've used the Tipo to challenge into Aurora and then move the 1 damage onto the Aurora with the Cheshire Cat. So the Tipo does matter. And then on that turn number 4, you can play a Tigger. Turn number, or ink number 5, you play Elsa. Then you get Demona, Hades. If you do that and you're on the play,
you're golden.
You're not losing to the dogs deck. I don't care how good their start was.
And I do think we're going to take a quick break here right now, and then we will be right back.
Awesome. We will be back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here, joined by Liam of the Illumineers for the top 4. And you got a little puppy dog with you.
You know what? If you can't beat him, join him. And the dogs are running around out here. They're rampant in Core Constructed and here at the DCI. And I figured, why not celebrate? I don't know. A nod to the dogs.
Celebrate good things. Come on.
Yeah.
And
celebrate.
yeah, I mean,
acknowledge.
The Ruby Sapphire has been taken down by the dogs. We did just see that on stream. And then off stream, Amber and Amethyst was also defeated by the dogs deck. Of course, dogs defeated dogs in one of the other matches, and then the last hope
One last
now.
One last hope.
Hercules
What is that
is
one
out
last
there.
hope?
It is Blurple.
One chance to escape an all-dog semifinal. So, you know, if you're wearing, go put on a blue piece of clothing or an article of purple and, like, I don't know, rub your Blurple medallion. Let's give him some luck.
Yeah, I got blue jeans on. Does that count?
Yes, yes, it does. Everything counts right now.
Yeah, you got the purple coffee there.
That's true.
So we're locked in.
That was clearly why I did this. But no, it's man, goodness gracious, I missed the first part of the stream, and I'm sure you all talked about the fact that dogs was everywhere this tournament. I mean, it's everywhere in Core Constructed right now, but especially the tournament. What were we looking at yesterday? High 20% of dogs.
23% of the room was dogs. 26% of the room was Amber Emerald. So there's 3% of those players that weren't playing dogs in that color combination. For some reason, it didn't work out for them because they did not make it into the top cut. If you're playing Amber and you're playing Emerald and you're playing in the Wilds Unknown Core Constructed format, you should be playing dogs.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, and the biggest, and so they converted really well from 23%. We saw the conversion to the top cut. I think it was, what was it, 5 out of the top 8?
Yes.
And now could be 4 out of the top 4 playing dogs. And part of the reason I think the dogs converted so well in this particular tournament is, if you weren't watching yesterday, we had about 150 some odd players, and then there were 8 rounds of Swiss, and then a cut to the top 8, which is a very harsh top cut.
Yeah.
Which means you could only drop a game, like 1-1 kind of made it in. And in a format like that, in a tournament structure like that, the most consistent deck, the one that basically doesn't give away games because it has very few like dead draws, is the one that's going to convert the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw in that round number 1, the dogs deck does have the ability to do that. It's very rare. Christopher in game number 1 absolutely bricked through all of his top end, a bunch of uninkables, didn't really play the game at all, and the Ruby Sapphire ran the deck over. But in the next 2 games, found the curve that he wanted, got to the Tramp Street Smart dogs, and was able to close it out. And that's what the deck is. It's just consistent. If you have one bad draw in your match, it's best of 3. I can guarantee you the other 2 are going to be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is just so low to the ground that there's so many different ways the deck can go. And even if you get kind of a bricky hand, you're liable to draw into, you know, a 1-drop, a 2-drop. All you need is a Willow to smooth things out, or an Aurora to ramp into the Eleanor to smooth out your in curve. And then that Tramp, which is so good at fixing any clunky hands. All you need to do is get there, and you can discard all the cards you don't need and draw into something you're looking for. And anyway, it's consistent, and we're seeing why people like it. And you said something. You said something as we were getting on here. I think you kind of mumbled as we were looking at the list. You're like, "Man, this deck is better in Core Constructed than it is in Infinity."
It is.
And talk about that a little bit.
The reason I believe that this deck is just simply stronger than it is in the Infinity format is because the Infinity deck is the same deck, plus Kitas. So when you're playing so powerful cards that are at a level of all the Infinity cards, literally every card that we have in the entire game, and you're playing 90% of that deck in a Core Constructed format where that card pool is cut in half, you're definitely going to be more powerful compared to the other decks in the format. So I think that in Core Constructed, it's just stronger because there are way less cards in the card pool to battle against the strategy.
That's right. So the opposition doesn't have as many tools to deal with, you know, with you, which is why, I think there's something to that. And the scary thing to me, Garrick, is we look at this deck with rotation, and there are some big tools that it is going to lose. I mean, Tramp Street Smart Dog is one of the best cards in the game, but to be frank, the deck doesn't need that card right now. It helps.
It doesn't.
It doesn't need it.
Eleanor's crazy.
Eleanor's crazy. The card draw from Eleanor is nuts. You still have Nani to smooth, you know, to give you a little bit of card draw. You were also losing some of the tech tool Tramp cards. You know, Tramp Enterprising Dog, the ladies, and so there's some of that synergy. But you take those out, there are plenty of good substitutes. And as long as you have Willow, you have Eleanor, you have Nani to give you some card draw.
The
You've got
Queen.
the Queen. Now you've got Pluto kicking around to ramp, right? Reprinted and Fabled. There's the deck's still good, and I'm kind of scared to see once all of its opponents in Core Constructed lose a lot of their tools that they have, how good this deck is when it's, I don't know.
Yeah, because we're at 8 sets right now, right? We're Shimmering Skies all the way through Wilds Unknown. So once this rotation happens, we're going to drop back to 4, and the card pool is going to shrink again. But like you said, so many tools remaining in the deck, and so many great substitutes that we already know that are just going to be slotted in. We were already talking about the toys, the Woody and the Buzz Lightyear shift ability. We have the Woody Jungle Guide. We have so many different cards like Jessie, which can reduce the strength. And guess what? We can still sing Under the Sea so early with this strategy. So I think that is something that we are going to see be a pervasive threat for another 4 sets, just because Under the Sea exists. The Queen's still in the deck, like you mentioned, as well as Eleanor, which really broke this thing wide open. We saw at the ETB event. Shout out to the Slab Sharks for finding that card. I think eventually she would have been found. She's just so powerful, but they brought it first and were able to win a CCQ with this strategy with a card that everybody completely missed in the Wilds Unknown.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about how that's just another random tangent. You know, we look at these sets come out, and it occurred to me, like, over the last few days, we're all trying to assess Attack of the Vine and figure out what's going to be good, what's not.
Yeah.
Even, like, we have some really good players in the game now. We have 3 years of experience looking at these cards. We have content creators who study the game, and we are still all bad. We're not amazing at assessing cards, because we still...
It's tough.
Yeah, there's a really an interesting website which I'm going to give some attention to that a good player over in Europe developed, which allowed people to rank cards as sets come out. And if you look at the previous rankings for like the last few sets, we missed quite a bit. Speaking of missing quite a bit, we missed the first turn here as we're getting into this game between Josh Wong and Christopher Baxter. It is dogs on dogs in the semifinals here. Don't go anywhere, by the way. We're going to watch both semifinal matches, and we're running. We're doing dogs things.
Yeah, we are off the leash and getting started here as we have Lady Decisive Dog staring down Bobby Zimmerowski on the opposite side. Lady Decisive Dog, the #1 option for this turn #1 in this dog's deck. So powerful, able to quest early, especially if you can combine her with a Tramp Enterprising Dog, as we do see that in the discard, or sorry, in the Inkwell for Christopher. He's thinking about what he wants to discard here. Does have an Under the Sea in hand. So we could see that happening pretty early on in this game #1.
Yeah, and these mirror matches are always a game of like who has the Undersea, who can find it first, or can you insulate yourself against it? Because there are cards in this deck now, if you're not running Kita, that are not susceptible to Under the Sea cards, like Nani, running around. So can you get at least a couple things out there to insulate your board before your opponent gets to it? But the nice thing for both these starts for both players is, there is a really rapid Eleanor line you can get to with Aurora out there and not, as we see an Aurora discarded there off that Bobby Zimmerowski. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I completely agree with you. There are so many different lines now that you can approach instead of just the straight Under the Sea. We saw multiple times yesterday going for multiple Eleanors and Queens was just better than the Under the Sea line. We saw Dogs players pitching Under the Sea because it was just useless.
And the thing about Eleanor is if you have her in turn enough before that Under the Sea comes out, you manage to fill your hand up enough that you can dump everything right back onto the board as soon as the Under the Sea is played and kind of insulate yourself against it. So you can either try to avoid it or just like play into it and insulate yourself by developing a healthy hand. But speaking of that, Josh has set up a really nice Eleanor. Okay, I was going to say, do we see the Eleanor here? Because he's got the Aurora, he's got the Willow. We don't. Instead, we're going to play a Nani and perhaps look for an Eleanor.
Ooh, and the rare miss from the Nani in the Dogs deck.
Such a bummer. And it doesn't happen very often. I don't know the math on how many are 2 cost and below, but it is high. And that feels really bad here.
Yeah, super unfortunate. We did send an Eleanor to the bottom, a Tramp Street Smart Dog to the bottom, Adela's Moon Lullaby. Really incredible cards, super powerful cards that you lean on in this strategy to help you get over the finish line. We're going to take another look. And it looks like the Queen went into hand there.
I know, I saw it very briefly. The Queen, an interesting card here. You mentioned that earlier. This is a card that kind of like the Eleanor wasn't appreciated when the set first came out. And it took all the way until Indianapolis when all of a sudden people all at the same time apparently said, hey, this Queen's really good, especially in the mirror. She can sing. She's immune to Under the Sea. She gets you an extra card. And It was a funny thing, Garrick. I don't know if you paid attention at the DLC. I'm sure you did, but the story was Kitas and Queens being bought out everywhere the morning of the DLC because all of a sudden everybody wanted them, and so not surprising to see it here.
We have Ursula coming down, looking at the hand. It is that Tramp Street Smart Dog, and we do have Under the Sea is online for Josh. If he is able to find that card here with that Tramp Street Smart Dog, we will be able to sweep everything Under the Sea, and that's got to be what he's looking for here
And
on this
Christopher
turn.
knows it. Look at his hands. He knows it. He saw that dog. He knows what's going to happen, and do we see it?
He has it.
Oh, no, for Christopher. Really quickly, you called it, Garrick, and there it is. It's in hand and immediately played to board. All those characters are starting to sing it together, and there they go.
Yeah, so unfortunate. He's like, I had the Under the Sea
I had the
too.
Under the Sea too! And that's the scoop, I think. And, oh, man, sometimes it sends all the characters. Sometimes it just ends the game right there, and that's what it did. Christopher saying, you had it first. And real bummer. For those who are just tuning in, these are two players who are pretty well known in the Disney Lorcana space. Josh Wong has been on a tear this season, traveling all over the world. A player from New Zealand who's had an extended stay here in North America, playing in Indianapolis and taking some stops at CCQs along the way. I think he has 2 invitations already.
Yes, I was talking to him yesterday. I believe he got an invitation in, he got one in Europe. For sure, and then I believe he got an invitation. Was it in Brazil or Manila? It was in Brazil. Shout out to JDZ Quest.
Yeah. So, a fantastic player who's traveled the world playing Disney Lorcana. On the other side, Christopher Baxter, a Texas native here from the Houston area. Christopher, he looks a little bit familiar. It was the Charlie's Collectible Show, the CCS winner, the one right before Worlds, and he kind of burst onto the scene with his Brooms Amethyst Steel deck build back when they were not in vogue. And then we saw them appear in Worlds and DKP's Amethyst Steel deck and Triple Deck Constructed. And people played Brooms packages with Yen Sid afterwards. But it was really Christopher who put it on the map by winning that CCS, which is no small feat.
Yeah.
So very, very good player here as well. And you're not going to see, there are very few better players in Disney Lorcana than some of the players we're seeing right here.
Yeah, I mean, that CCS, one of the premier early tournaments, and still is to this day, one of the crown jewels of Disney Lorcana. So winning that is very, very impressive, as he is going to be on the approach here in game number 1, as the players are discussing something here. The altar is going to be very important in this game number 1. It looks like we do have an Eleanor available to us. I'll be interested to see if he opts to keep that. We do have Lady Decisive Dog, like I mentioned, one of the best turn number 1s that you can go for, and it looks like we do want to keep those 2.
Yeah, it is interesting. I do like the Aurora opening, but the Lady, especially in this matchup, really allows you to push your lower total, get a bit of an aggressive start, put pressure on your opponent, and force them into the control role. But at the very least, it's incredibly important to have a turn 1 play. We're shifting a lot here.
Yeah, we go for 5. I think he did just keep that Lady and Eleanor. So we are taking a little bit of a risk here, but keeping that Lady also opens up the opportunity to shift and sing Under the Sea really early. If you go Lady, Willow, plus another 1-drop, that's exactly what you need, because Willow is 2, the 1-drop is 1, shift Lady is 5. That is the 8 that you need to sing the Under the Sea. And both players had that line available to them in the last game, but either didn't have the Under the Sea or didn't have the Lady Miss Park Avenue to shift onto the board. So taking a look at Christopher's hand, we do have the Under the Sea in there. We have a bunch of 1-drops, so we can get to that Eleanor line, it looks like, pretty consistently here on the play.
Yeah, interesting. On Josh's side, I do think he had a Deceiver in hand early. I didn't see if he kept it. No.
It doesn't look like it. Christopher, though, has 2 Under the Seas in his hands.
Oh, dear. You love to have one. And I guess in this matchup, when Deceivers are running around, having the insulation Under the Sea is not terrible. But, of course, you especially when you're on the play, it does stress your hand a little bit. So this could be a problem if he doesn't draw right here. But we will get, that's one of the nice things about Bobby Zamurski, though. You can smooth out those rough openings, so one of them heading to the discard pile.
It might be a little bit of a tell. Josh definitely taking a mental note that his opponent discarded an Under the Sea. Could let him know that there's already one there, so he might want to find an Ursula if he's able to get to an early Tramp Street Smart Dog. Speaking of Ursula, Christopher finds one in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely a card that you want to find in the early game here. Hold it till the right moment. And we're going to do that check just right now, not wait for that to be available. Take a look at what we have. And part of it is doing the Ursula check. Part of it is checking the lines and figuring out, you know, are you going the Eleanor line? You know, should I expect to see that? Do you have the shift? Do you have Street Smart Dog? What do I expect to see here? And, you know, when you're playing dogs, you can take a quick look at the hand. And if you're experienced with the deck, you know exactly how these next few turns are going to play out. So getting some good information there.
Yeah, I mean, in Indianapolis, I was playing Amber Steel and used Bare Necessities many times throughout the day just to take a look to make sure that my line was going to make sense as I played out the game. And hand knowledge really helps out. That's why Diablo Maleficent Spy was so powerful, not because you could just shift the Devoted Herald on top of it, because hand information let you know if the Diablo was going to be safe. So I like the early Ursula here from Christopher as he takes another one.
Finds another one. Why not? Now, the downside here, of course, is Nani forces you to show your opponent that you are, in fact, taking a character. And so Josh now knows that Ursula Deceiver is there. So there's a little bit of oh, and speaking, why'd you ooh? I saw that.
The Under the Sea does come in hand for Josh. And now setting up the Under the Sea yet again. He doesn't quite have it. He can, again, shift and play, or he can get a 1-drop on the board and hope his opponent doesn't play that Ursula, and then he'll have the Under the Sea again, and this game might just be over before it starts, just like game number 1.
There's this really interesting, like, Deceiver game of chicken going on here, because Christopher checked the hand just just last turn, or the turn before, and took a look. There was no Under the Sea, so Christopher now with that Deceiver trying to think through, like, how many draws will it take to get there, and when do I do that check again? Because sometimes, you know, for a lot of players, you know, you do the check, your opponent gets 1 or 2 draws, and it's not quite enough for you to want to check again. So we'll see here, because as you pointed out, with that shift available, that Under the Sea is, you could rock it at any time now.
We take Aurora. I would not be surprised if we ink and play a 1-drop on this turn, because that will represent the Under the Sea if my math is correct, and it is. So right now, Christopher needs to play Ursula, or things might be over for him.
And yeah, that is this is because he's only seen like one more card.
Yeah.
He's only seen one more card. Yeah, he did draw a card off the
he
Nani,
got one off Nani, but yeah, only drew one naturally.
And he
inked
oh
it.
no, and he inks the Deceiver and plays the Eleanor, and oh my goodness, I mean, he had the out, but that's
Josh just inked a Rhino though, so Eleanor and Nani will stick around here. He's thinking about bringing Lilo back at the start of the turn. Interesting, if he's able to find another Rhino or has another Rhino, we can go ahead and deploy that. But we do have Tramp Street Smart Dogs, so we can go get a Rhino.
Take a quick check. Double check the cards. Tramp Street Smart Dog, Chris says you can draw and discard a card for every single other character that you have in play. Now, of course, with 7 characters on the board, if you find another Tramp, you can start stringing them together if you don't find what you want. But plenty of options here.
I don't see a Rhino there. That would be the perfect card to sweep this Eleanor Under the Sea. A couple Della's Moon Lullabies were found. So we can ink, play Della's Moon Lullaby.
Yep.
And sing Under the Sea. It looks like he kept one.
See Chromacon go down. Oh my goodness.
We ink the Tramp. I think Della's Moon Lullaby is going to come down, target the Eleanor. And Christopher has to know things are looking grim.
Grabbing everything, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, there it is. You called it, finding that lullaby, sending the Eleanor away, and this is why in this deck sometimes, you know, well, most of the time, whoever finds that Under the Sea sets up that line first wins, and Christopher's going to watch this back and see that Under the Sea that turn, and of course now he knows that he got that off that draw for a turn, and what a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, even if Christopher played that Ursula, right? I know there's probably a lot of people in chat like, why wouldn't you just play it just in case? Josh had the Tramp Street Smart Dog and found a second Under the Sea anyway.
That's true. That's fair. And so that's the thing. I mean, sometimes, to your point, Christopher may have done that math. He's like, the odds of you drawing that are so low. The right thing to do here is to continue to push my board state, get that Eleanor in play, so I can start to fill my, refill my hand, do a little bit of damage, do some control, and even Yeah. So to be quite honest, that may be the right play anyway, based on the odds. So it's just yeah, TCGs are interesting. And now Josh here doing a little bit of questing. Christopher building back decently, but about half the board size of Josh as we
Questing for
do the math
11
here.
here. It's over half of what you need in just one turn of questing. That's the power of the Emerald and Amber Dogs deck, especially with that Lady Decisive Dog paired with the Tramp Enterprising Dog. Classic combo.
Yeah, and that's, in the old days, we thought of dogs as an aggro deck, and for sure there are aggressive lines you can still, found it under the sea off the top?
Interesting, and now look at
What?
this. We are back
Oh my
in the
goodness.
game just
Here
like that.
we go. I said, this is why we take, I was talking about this as if it was over, and Christopher finds that under the sea, he set up the singer, and all of a sudden, Josh pushing himself up to 11, Christopher at just the right moment kind of shuts that down, and Josh has got to be shaking his head because I'm sure he thought he had this in the bag.
Yeah, and we have an Eleanor to boot, the cherry on top, which lets us draw an additional card, deal a damage and gain that one lore. It puts us on the board here. Nani is unexerted. Shout out to Christopher for recognizing that. Wow, I can't believe that we have come back from that sticky situation. That's the power of leaving just one character that has at least 3 cost, because that's a big part of that Under the Sea.
Yeah, and this is a lesson to me, Garrick, because here I was sitting here musing about why this deck is so good and Josh's run and all that, and not doing the math on board and realizing that Undersea was available. And my goodness, what a game.
Yeah, incredible comeback here, set up because we weren't able to Under the Sea both of those singers. I think a lot of people that play this deck probably would have just scooped it up there out of frustration, especially after game number 1. But Christopher says, no, I still have an out here. I can get the singers on board, and if I have the Under the Sea, I can make it happen. And he did. Incredible patience and, vision of the future by Christopher there.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple cards in hand now. We do have that Lady Miss Park Avenue there. Can scoop another couple cards back from the discard pile. Also the Queen. So trying to figure out which route we want to take. And this is just, for Josh, this is just going to be incredibly challenging. The way back into this is another Under the Sea, but it's going to take so much to set up that it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, you have one piece of the puzzle there. There's the second piece that I was just about to mention.
Yeah.
But you need more characters that can team up with her and sing it. Plus, you have to find your third copy of the game, as we're thinking about taking an Aurora and a Lady Decisive Dog back into our hand. We can play one of them on this turn, or play both if we want to ink that Tramp Street Smart Dog that we have in our hand. But probably want to keep that. That way you can go find another Under the Sea. But the issue is you cannot set up the singers on this very turn to get that Under the Sea off next turn if you find it with Tramp. So that's unfortunate for Josh, as Christopher is going to keep things moving here with that Eleanor on board. Just such a powerful card.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, gain a lore, draw a card, do 1 damage at the end of the turn. All good. Doing all 3 at the same time is extra good. And yeah, Christopher, several ways to continue to push this game forward here. We'll see which one he chooses.
Yeah, like you mentioned, does have the Lady Miss Park Avenue. I don't know if we have a lot of characters in the discard, or any that we can go and grab. I know we have 2 Under the Sea in there, plus the Nani. I think that is all that is in the discard pile right now. So you might just want to go for a Queen, but you have to consider that ability. We'll see if he does opt to go for that.
Yeah, see, I believe it's a May ability, so he's clearly choosing not to use it here. Did not see that card draw, that Aurora coming in as well. And there we're going to have a quest for 4, pushing us a little bit higher. And does that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And look at that, pushing him 1 short of Josh's total, which is important for the Queen's second ability, which I believe if your opponent has more lore, she quests for an additional 2. And so a 3 quester there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So just, that would be it. That would be it on board. Now, Josh, plenty of options here, or a couple options to deal with something on that side of the board, but has to do some sort of control here, or Christopher will win this next turn.
Yeah, has the opportunity to play that Tramp Street Smart Dog, but can only look for a couple cards here. It looks like he is going to ink that. I believe we do have Eleanor as well as Aurora here. We got to get to challenging, so we had to play 2 characters that turn, giving our decisive dog an additional 2 strength there to challenge in, remove that Grandmother Willow. Now, the big question is, what are we challenging here with Our Lady Miss Park Avenue? We have the option to take the decisive dog, which will deal no damage back. That way the Eleanor damage won't remove your lady on this next turn. Everything else does have 1 strength, so it will be removed by the Eleanor damage. So we do go for the decisive dog, forcing either a challenge from Christopher to help clean that up, or a different target with that Eleanor damage.
6, 7, 8. So 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 available here for Christopher, and this is gonna be an interesting turn. It looks like we are gonna get that 3. Important that you do that first. So great sequencing there. You can do that out of order, and it's just a note for players too. You know, sequencing matters. Sometimes we get used to, for example, like questing with everything and being like, I quest for 5. But when you have an ability like the Queens in play, it's very, very important that you sequence it 100% right, or you open it up for your opponent to question whether or not you did things properly. The Eleanor coming in, doing a challenge here. We're going to remove a little bit and also do an extra damage there to that Miss Park Avenue, and a little bit of cleanup and definitely threatening game next turn, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, Josh scooping it up. What an incredible game. Just shows the power of the Under the Sea, but also the resiliency of Christopher there. Shout out to Nani, who was able to stick on the board and be a pivotal part of the chorus that sang that second Under the Sea and was able to take the game back. These games are very swingy. They can go back and forth. Most of the time we think that first Under the Sea is going to be it, and that's what I thought. But no, Christopher able to battle back and doing his patented pile shuffle here, as he did in round number 1 against his Ruby Sapphire opponent.
That's true. The old pile shuffle, I think, is just a vibes thing more than anything else. I'm not going to lie, I do it occasionally.
Get some nerves out, count your cards, just take a breath.
Yeah, that's right. You tell yourself that you've split up certain cards. But, it's not truly, does not truly randomize your deck, but and we're going to see a game 3 here. But Josh on the play here. In this matchup, the play draw matters quite a bit.
It does.
And so Josh probably feeling pretty good, having won game 1 here on the play for game 3. Traveling all the way from New Zealand to play here in the DCI against one of our locals. And this is going to be a really, really great game.
And was able to get a really cool playmat featuring Bullseye on it for being the furthest player traveling in, which was a cool little thing that Kirby and the DCI did for the player that took the longest route to get here.
I love that. And it doesn't get much farther than like the Australia, New Zealand area.
Yeah, he was giving me his whole rundown of I flew to New Zealand, to Dortmund, to here, to there, to here, to there. So I think I got this one in the bag.
Yeah, in fact, we're gonna have to remember for future iterations of DCI. We'll see if anybody ever beats Josh, because
I'd be shocked.
I would be shocked as well. But here's to everybody out there in Kazakhstan and all our Lorcana players in Central Asia. You could pull it off. So we want to see you come out here to this.
His neighbor that lives next door. That
right,
is
right,
technically
right.
a little bit
20 feet
further.
away,
Yeah.
There we go. If you're in Perth, Australia, come on out to the DCI, and you too could win that playmat. So here we go with the shuffle, and we're getting ready for game 3. This is game 1 of the semifinals of the DCI. We will watch the second game after this, and then move on to the finals. And if you are tuning in and you're not aware, that CCQ at the very top of the screen underneath that DCI emblem means that the winner, one of these 4 players in the semifinals, the winner of the finals will get an invite to the North American Championship being played in August this year. So a lot on the line here. And this is what a lot of Disney Lorcana players dream of, is the chance to play in the World Championship.
Yeah.
And the first step to that is either, you can win a DLC, or you get this invite and finish in the top 8 of one of the championships. So
Yeah, both of these players pushing for that prestige there. Making it into the North American Championship is no small feat, especially when you win a CCQ. You have to get first place. There is no top 32 qualifying here. It's 1 and 1 alone. So that is so difficult to get done. You have to battle through all of those harsh swish rounds, make that top cut that you mentioned earlier, and then You got to win 3 more, 3-0. Whoever does it today earns the right to go to that North American Championship.
Yeah, it's a lot. And one interesting thing worth mentioning is these player shuffle is at these events too. They're almost two separate events because the way that you play and navigate Swiss rounds, and even the types of decks that you want to bring to Swiss rounds to kind of make your way into day two. Sometimes those aren't the ideal builds for the bracket, the run you end up on when you get to the top cut. And so like. When we talk about the best decks in a given tournament, a lot of times we end up focusing on the winner or the top two. We look at Dortmund and we say, oh my goodness, Amethyst Emerald clearly was the best deck for the day because it won. And actually, that's not quite true. The best deck of the day is definitely shown by the conversion rate and how well these decks navigate the top cut.
Yeah.
But what happens is once you get into that top bracket, your path to the finals really determines your destiny, and you have to successfully navigate, the matchups that you end up in. And so the way to think about these is like kind of two separate events. You have to navigate and win during Swiss rounds, make it into the top cut, make it into day two, and then based on the information you have about your opponents and your matchup and your path to victory, you have to navigate the second single elimination tournament. And so a very, very challenging thing to do to win any of these events. Getting in the top cut out of the first one is something. Winning the second one is incredibly challenging.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, especially if they're open deck lists. Your opponent knows what you're looking at, but you do have the advantage of knowing what your opponent is on as well. As we start with Decisive Dog for Josh, but we have the Aurora holding court for Christopher, potentially setting up that early Eleanor, as Josh is trying to do the same thing here, as we do have the Grandmother Willow coming down onto the board. One of the best cards introduced in the game post-rotation.
Yeah, and a great opening. You love to see Willow on 2, but this is what you want to do with it, is exactly what Christopher did, is leverage the discount immediately with the Willow to play a 1-cost character. And what this does is set up an Eleanor activation on the following turn if you have it. So great opening from Josh, but the kind of the perfect opening if you're on the Eleanor line is to drop that 1-drop. And so we're going to see the difference here as Josh on the play, not able to do that, Christopher on the draw, able to do that. And I haven't taken a look at the hand, but if he has that Eleanor in hand, we're going to see why that card is so good.
We'll see how Josh navigates this. This is a really tricky situation because your opponent got off to the better start than you did, like you mentioned. There are ways to get around that. Of course, you can shift the Lady Miss Park Avenue, sing Under the Sea before your opponent is able to do something like that, or get their Eleanor down onto the board. But yeah, like you mentioned, with the Eleanor activation active, that will be difficult to navigate around, and he wants to try to do that with this queen. We're going to draw an additional card here, and we find another one. So a couple resilient cards to a potential Under the Sea that could come down for Christopher here in just a couple turns.
Yeah, resilient, but also a fantastic challenger. And of course, if Christopher wanted to take that Eleanor line, and we're not going to see it because instead he does play a Nani, a couple options there. And we'll see what he takes. But if he was to pursue that Eleanor line, that would force him to exert his side of the board. And so Josh looking to establish a strong challenger that could punish Christopher for turning sideways, perhaps that Willow attempting target if he went that route. If Josh had dropped a smaller character there, something that doesn't challenge as well, then Christopher, that Eleanor becomes a lot more appealing. But instead, we're not going to see it. Christopher grabbed a Lilo off that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, grabbed a Lilo off the Nani there, and I think Josh is pretty relieved not to see an Eleanor come down on the opposite side of the board. That's probably what he was expecting to see, but Christopher didn't have it. I believe Josh does have Eleanor in his hand, so waited one extra turn, got the queen out there. Next turn, if he wants to, he can get to questing as we do ink a Tramp Street Smart Dog. We are going to draw with Bobby Zimmerowski, and then, of course, discard the Lilo Escape Artist.
7, 8.
He does have the Under the Sea active.
That is that. So part of the calculus here, does he have another Tramp in hand? Oh, no, he has the Under the Sea. Yeah, so just getting that Under the Sea line ready. It is always interesting when you see a player, especially with the wide board, ink that Street Smart Dog, because you're like, what are you setting up? And I'm definitely eyeballing that Under the Sea, but Josh, kind of wise, looking at the math there, has that second queen on board now, and both of those not vulnerable to that Under the Sea. So setting up kind of a little bit of a resilient board here. The Enterprising Dog will come in, give extra strength to that queen for, I don't know, reasons. You got to give it someone.
Yeah, do have to choose one of your characters. Does not opt to go with the Lady Decisive Dog. Christopher, on the approach now, does have the ability to play that Lilo Escape Artist for 1 if he would like. Again, does have Under the Sea active and available to him. Will hit 3 characters on the opposite side of the board. Problem being, those queens are going to be able to challenge back very nicely. So this isn't even the best Under the Sea. And like I mentioned earlier, how are we going to see Josh navigate this situation that he was put in? His opponent was able to go wider than him and establish the singers for the Under the Sea before he could. And he said, I'm just going to put tall characters on the board. Tall meaning characters with a lot of strength. That way they can't get hit by Under the Sea.
Yeah, the queens hate the water. It is known, and so don't like to dive under there. But what I love about this right now, Garrick, is one of the reasons I think the queen became so popular is everybody was expecting in Indianapolis under these dogs deck to be prevalent, and so as we do see the Under the Sea, everybody expected to be in mirrors all day long, and so dogs players were looking for a way to provide some insulation against the Under the Sea and to be able to prevent that card from basically end of the game. And we're seeing exactly why here. This is one of the reasons you run these cards. Josh recognizing that Under the Sea was a problem, managing to find 2 of those queens, to put them on the board. Christopher electing to Under the Sea anyway, and now those queens left to crack back into Christopher's side of the board. So I love it because when you see a card that's teched in for a specific reason, when you see the payoff, when you see why, and this is exactly why, or one of the reasons why these cards were put into this deck.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the why here. And if he's ever able to get to an Under the Sea of his own, we could see exactly what happened in the last game, but in reverse for Josh's side of the board. So staying patient, puts Eleanor out. Right now, Christopher, I believe, is on the approach,
And no
thinking about the
challenge.
Lilo there. Yeah, no challenge. I think he just wants to keep those characters upright in case he does find the Under the Sea as we find Ursula for turn for Christopher.
I think that is the calculus as well, because an Under the Sea on the other side would definitely close things down. Christopher, Deceiver in hand, couple cards, I think 4 cards in hand. We're going to dig for another one now.
Yeah, this is where Tramp Street Smart Dog can help you close out this game. And we only have one option there, the Decisive Dog. We're going to send a Chromacon, a Street Smart Dog, and an Eleanor to the bottom of the deck for Christopher here. We can ink Play Willow plus a 1 cost on this turn if we like to, or we can also take a look at the hand. Josh does have 3 cards in the hand, so that might be valuable information that we just want for ourselves, and we do play the Deceiver, and she hits.
Oh,
Jealous Moon
find
Lullaby.
something. That feels, finding anything in this matchup feels good. Depriving them of resources, especially when Under the Sea is running around, or that Jealous Moon Lullaby. So feels pretty good, and more importantly now, as you talked about earlier, Garrick, really, really beneficial to know what your opponent has hanging around in the hand. You can plan out your next few turns, and Christopher there now with perfect information.
Yeah, and we can get the Under the Sea on this next turn if we find it with that Tramp Street Smart Dog. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was a Rhino plus a Tramp in hand, so we can draw for turn, play Rhino, reduce the strength of one of the Nani's here, look 4 cards deeper into the deck, find Under the Sea, and then sweep away a majority of the board. And Christopher recognizing that, he says, I'm going to start questing before my characters get swept away.
100%. Yeah. Strong chance, really good chance that Josh finds it here. And won't find it with that card, but we're going to dig a little bit deeper here. Let's see if we have a character to fuel that Tramp's draw ability. We are going to drop the Rhino now, and doing that early so that you can dig 1 card deeper with Tramp when you do play it. Discounts him as well. When you're playing a Tramp, playing 1 cost is essentially free.
Yeah.
And now we're going to take a look. It's going to be 4 cards down.
We need it.
And let's see. Oh, found it! Oh, no. Found it right there really quickly. Grabs it. There's Under the Sea. We're going to see. Oh, man. It's Under the Sea back and forth. The waves sloshing back and forth across this table. And Josh now thinking about something.
Yeah, I think he's considering what characters he'd like to sing it with. We can sing with Eleanor in the Queen and then challenge Queen into the other Queen. That way, Christopher is only left with 1 Nani on the opposite side of the board, and I think that is what he wants to do. That way he can draw an additional card, gain a lore, and deal a damage with the Eleanor. So that's, I think, what he was thinking about. we go for a challenge here, clean that up very nicely on the
He
opposite
could,
side of
or
the board. No, just
he-
decides to quest for 3.
I think he wants the card, to be quite honest. I think that's the
Yeah,
calculus here is getting that card off the Eleanor.
it's true.
Because if the queen cracked in, that would not, he wouldn't be able to activate that ability. And I think that's the calculus. I think
Yeah.
it's about that card that at this point, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Josh is on an empty hand right now.
Yeah, Josh does not have any cards in his hand. The last card in his hand he sent back for that Under the Sea. We do deal 1 damage to the queen there, and we draw a card off of the Eleanor. Don't forget about that lore that we just gained, and we are going to start bringing these Lilos back for Christopher as he finds his own Eleanor off the top. That's a pretty good draw to find here.
And not terrible, but we're a little ways away from being able to play it, unfortunately. And ready that queen there. And yeah, oh my goodness, finding that Under the Sea was huge. We'll play a Willow and get that Rhino in for free. We can reduce the cost of something here. I don't know if it will matter. Just got a indication. I think one of those queens is reduced.
Yeah, I think it would be Eleanor would be the target, but it doesn't really matter at this point because your queen already has a damage on her. So if she challenges into Eleanor, she's going to be banished regardless.
Yeah. So there it is, Nani now going to take out a queen, just doing a bit of control here. Not a terrible response. Getting Eleanor off the board feels pretty good.
I'm not sure what's in that bag, but that bag on the board is representing that Tramp has been hit by the Rhino there. So he does have -1 strength, and we are going to give the lore to Christopher here to draw an additional card. Very interesting. Walking a tightrope here is Josh on the amount of lore on the opposite side, but the queen's questing for so much at this point.
Well, and that's the thing. You find digging a little bit. I mean, yes, you are rocking a tightrope, but in this case, 1 more Under the Sea could finish it off. And I am double checking because Under the Sea, some people run. I think 3 or 4 is kind of the line nowadays. I think you with the mirrors, you're running more than 2 usually. Josh is running 4. We do have the deck list. Interestingly, on the other side, Christopher running 3 and 1 Chromacon for control. Josh electing to run 4 Under the Seas and 2 Chromacons.
9 lore on the side of Josh for this next turn, so we'll go up to 18. We do bring Lilo back. We challenge down that character on the opposite side. We find a Tramp Street Smart Dog, but unfortunately for Christopher, we don't have the Singer set up for Under the Sea, and even if we did, we're only hitting 2 characters because of the resiliency of the queens. They're able to withstand that Under the Sea so well. Even if you find Adela's Moon Lullaby, they still will not be swept under the sea. So I love the tech choice. You talked about it earlier. Everybody's scrambling to find them at Indianapolis, and we're seeing why here, even in Core Constructed. This is why the deck is so good in this format. It's great in Infinity, even better here, because the opponents don't have the cards to battle back consistently like they do in Infinity. Because you have Kita in Infinity as well, so you can hit those queens with Under the Sea easier.
Right, that's a fair point. And interestingly, Disney Lorcana TCGs are a game of like inches of 1 card sometimes. And Christopher's turn, really fascinating. If he had 1 more character in play or 1 more ink in the inkwell, he would have been able to play the Tramp to dig for something, perhaps an Under the Sea or whatever card he wanted. Instead, has to ink the Tramp in order to get the Eleanor in play. And Eleanor is certainly not a terrible card to establish. But yeah, it's interesting because now Christopher, no cards in hand. Does have the Eleanor. He is at 13, getting a lore off that Eleanor there. But this is, oh, goodness gracious, this is tense.
Yeah, I have no clue what is in Josh's hand either. He is keeping it a secret. We know that there's 3 cards in there. So thinking about what he wants to do on this turn, this is a game of inches. Both players at a decent amount of lore here, but if you don't control Christopher's side of the board, if you're Josh, then he can start questing up closer to that 20. You've given him so much lore off of the 3 queens that you've played throughout this game. So you definitely do want to think about challenging here to clean up some of this and turn that Eleanor off.
That's the big thing here is this is a resource battle at this point. Both players, 9, 13. Neither one of them threatening game in 1 turn, and definitely take at least 2. And at this point, what's making the difference is really the card draw that Josh has found off of those queens and Eleanor's before that, because he has managed to, on several turns now, net positive cards. And Christopher, on the other hand, is in top deck mode and that is going to be the difference here down the stretch. So yeah, shutting off that Eleanor card draw is really the priority right now. But you'll have to lose a queen to do it.
Yeah, Josh really in the tank here, thinking about what he wants to do. If he has a rhino or something, he can use that queen with the 2 damage to challenge in and not take any damage back. So that is potentially something that he can do. But he wants a quest here. He's going to take the 3 lore, go up to 12.
Yeah, it feels pretty good to get that activation off the queen, given the lore total now.
Right now, Christopher can gain 6 lore on his turn. He is 1 away from game. I'm wondering if Josh is thinking, just quest.
And at this point too, an Eleanor off the top deck closes it out, right?
That's true.
So yeah, you have to do something here. At least banish one of those characters. Now the downside, you banish one of those characters and prioritize quest. Man, really in the tank here, because ideally you'd love to get the 3 lore off that queen. 3 lore off off a single character feels really good. The problem is, again, you want to shut off that card draw from the Eleanor if you can. And you can banish one character, but then, of course, Eleanor will be free to quest as well. And, Escape Artist, if she's the character banished, can simply escape to activate the Eleanor as well. So you have to do this just right.
Yeah.
I don't think there's another Escape Artist in the discard, is there? I think that
No.
it's just the one? Okay.
I am so curious
Incredible
at
run
what
here.
is in Josh's hand right now. He's going for the Lady Miss Park Avenue, so he inks and he brings back the Rhino and a double Rhino. I think that is really smart on his side. I think he was thinking, man, I wish I had 1 more ink this turn so I could get a Rhino back, reduce the strength on the opposite side of the board, and challenge with this queen that has 2 damage. That way I don't even need to think about any of this. But Miss Park Avenue, a really resilient card, a 4/4.
We are going to take the 3 lore here. Okay. Now, Tramp Available Challenge will get rid of that Lilo, but the thing is, getting rid of that Lilo, Christopher will be able to pull that back at the start of the turn. She comes into play exerted, so already Eleanor will see that, and it will get an activation. Now, of course, Josh thinking just game next turn.
Yep.
And it's tough because right now Christopher wants to get the game closer to being over, but on board right now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if the queens are not active.
Right.
But if Christopher's lore goes higher than Josh's, those queens will gain an extra lore. And of course, that should only happen once, I think, before the other queen's turned off. But so now, as you think about what to remove and how to deal with this, you've got to be pretty tricky. Because you could leave a queen, you could leave queens up if you manage to find answers for the other things, but then you'd have to not quest over 16.
Christopher really thinking about this Lilo here. It looks like he is going to bring her back, so we do have the ability there to activate the Eleanor without her getting exerted, but she might have to get exerted to start challenging potentially, as I believe we have a Miss Park Avenue and a queen of our own in hand.
Yeah, it's just, you have to remove, 2 characters here, or, you can remove the Tramp, but you cannot quest over 15. And that's problematic.
Yes, that is the tightrope.
Because and this is so problematic because in this scenario, usually what you want to do is keep your opponent off game and then threaten game yourself, which forces your opponent into the control role to deal with you, thereby not advancing their win condition. Hopefully you squeak things out. But Christopher, in this scenario with 2 queens on board, it's very, very difficult for him to do that because I don't think he can deal with both queens and that Tramp. So
yeah.
Now you could just deal with both queens and Josh would push to 19. But
yeah, then your board is gone basically at that point, which is unfortunate. Of course, Eleanor can take out the queen with the 2 damage pretty easily.
I do think this is just
you're leaving so
really
much
tough.
lore on the board. There's really not a way for Christopher to clean this board up on the opposite side really nicely.
And he's got a queen and a Miss Park Avenue, or is that an Eleanor and a Miss Park Avenue? No, it's queen.
Queen, yeah.
Queen, yeah. And you'd love to find a card with queen, but you cannot
give the lore
give
at this point.
lore.
Joshua leaned forward to give himself some lore because they're like, no, not today.
Okay, and what are we going to do here? All right. everything's going to go in, and this
And
feels
only
bad.
one exerted character away from activating that ability and getting rid of that final queen, but we're passing the turn on over to Josh. Now let's keep in mind that Christopher's queen is going to quest for 3 because he has less lore.
Yes. Now, an Eleanor here would end the game, I think, but clearly not finding it because we didn't slam it down. So Josh now, it's his turn to be in the tank here and figure out, okay, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore. So it is game on board. With one more Eleanor, you can actually get 8. So something has to be dealt with here. One of the considerations is if you banish the Lilo, she can come back exerted to activate the Eleanor, but at that point you've kept the lore off the board, so that's good. The queen will quest for 3. I think there's no way around that.
Yeah.
So up to 16.
I believe last turn Christopher could have just quested with one of his characters instead of challenging into Tramp and dealt the final damage to it. Would have got the same result and gained a lore and drew a card. So there's a lot of stuff going on though on this board. They're really complicated board states, thinking them through. Right now, Josh getting 2 additional characters on the board, threatening even more. I'm not sure what Christopher could get off the top of the deck here to get him out of this situation. And he doesn't have it. Christopher not able to get there. Very well played by Josh's side, though. That was a really interesting match, and it all came down to the queens that he played early in the game. Despite the fact Christopher had Under the Sea, Josh played around that expertly by valuing those queens and getting them down onto the board. It didn't matter if he gave his opponent lore. He knew that he was going to get over the top with those 5/3 queens questing for 3 throughout the game.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating example because like the queen is another card that when it was revealed, very recently, very few people thought that card was terribly good in core constructed.
A lot of people thought it was bad.
A lot of people thought it was bad.
Unplayable, yeah.
Frank, true. I opened several of them, and every time I'm like, you have those legendaries yet, and you're like, okay, great. It's no Goliath, it's no Demona,
Yeah.
But all of a sudden coming out, and that's exactly why. Like, so we talk about the insulation against the Under the Sea and how important that was, but even that card draw, like those 2 cards that he drew in the early game made all the difference. So even if you're giving your opponent lore and it changes the math and all that, those cards incredibly impactful in this mirror. And as I said during the game, like one of the beautiful things about this game, I always get not emotional. Sometimes I do get emotional. That's a lie. I get emotional. But I find it really, really fascinating and interesting and beautiful when cards that players have worked into their deck for a very specific. They have this vision. They're like, hey, I know that this card is in this deck to fill this exact like niche role in this matchup. And I will say the queen is not necessarily niche role because it is good in other matchups and all that. It does give you card draw, all of that, but really good in the mirror. And then when you see it pay off like that, not only playing it in the mirror, but then playing them into the Under the Sea, and then seeing how that allowed Josh to hang on and eventually win the game. It's really cool. I really enjoyed that.
It is, and what was incredible in those final 2 games is the first person to Under the Sea in those final 2 games lost the game. So it's not all about who finds the Under the Sea first. It might be who finds the queens and can resist that Under the Sea, or who can keep the Nani on board to set up their own Under the Sea. And that's what we saw in those games 2 and 3. And I thought it was a super interesting mirror match. I honestly don't mind watching the mirror match now that the queen is in the deck. I think it makes things a lot more interesting. And both players had to get in the tank there for quite a while to figure out how they were going to navigate these turns. And it was really close. It was anybody's game in those final 4 or 5 turns. We had no clue who was going to get over the finish line. So incredible match. I loved it. Despite it being a mirror match, I know everyone is tired of dogs. It's still fun to watch for me.
Yeah, I agree. I could live those like 4 turns there that we had near the end of the game where everything was on the line and they were trying to figure out the queen's lore and all that. I could live in those 4 turns.
Oh yeah.
And it's so glad we saw it on game 3. So shout out to both players. Incredibly challenging room. We had Golden Mickey winners here yesterday. We had former North American Championship players, CCS champions, so incredibly
World's competitors.
World's competitors. So very, very challenging room to navigate. And so shout out to both players for making it this far.
Yeah.
But we do know who our first finalist is. It is Josh Wong out of New Zealand on dogs. Garrick is checking it on the list, and now we need to find out who their opponent is. I need to. Hey, shout out to the. Hey, did Blurple make it out of the semis? No, Blurple did not make it out of the semis. It was an all-dog semifinals.
2 more dogs matches coming your
My
way.
goodness, yeah. I hope you love dogs.
I hope you
All
love
right.
that because all the Amethyst decks, all the Sapphire decks have been knocked out, and Josh will be moving on to the finals.
All right, we're gonna go to any final words before we go to a quick break.
No, this was my. Well, I guess I do. I don't know why I said
Yes.
no. This was my final match. I do want to say thank you, Liam, for doing this match with me. I know this is the first time that we've casted in person together,
Yes.
so ton of fun. We'll do it anytime. Just let me know. And I want to give a huge shout out to Kirby, her staff here at the DCI CCQ. They've been nothing but welcoming, warm welcomes down here in Texas. This is my first time, and I'd come back anytime, especially for the DCI CCQ. I want to give a huge congratulations to all the players that made it into the top cut, and I am super excited to see you and Katie here on the next round. I do want to give a huge shout out to Courtney as well. Katie, yourself, JDZ for being amazing booth partners. I love every opportunity that I can get to cast Disney Lorcana, and I am so happy that I was invited out here for this CCQ.
I'm so excited you're here. This was a treat. I've been wanting to do it for a long, long time. And
Yeah?
all of you watching, A, thanks for watching. B, if you are not subscribed to Podcana, where you can catch Garrick and his amazing other co-hosts, is one of the best places for competitive TCG content. You should be. So make sure you check out Podcana, where you can hear Garrick in your earbuds or watch him on YouTube every single week. You should.
You should.
Casual, competitive.
And check out the Illuminatiers, and check out JDZ Quest, and the Enchanted Chatter, and the Lore Keepers in.
There's so much good content out there. Garrick, thanks so much. It was such a pleasure. We are going to go to a quick break so we can bring you that next semifinal match. Don't go anywhere. More Lorcana coming up in just a moment. I told you it'd be just a moment. I'm back. I'm joined by Katie here for the second semifinal match. Katie, how you doing?
Oh, I am doing great because I'm a dog lover, guys. Shout out to Zelda if you're watching. Go to bed. But anyway, I'm excited because I mean, at the end of the day, these are some of the best dog players you can watch. And listen, this is important. If you are trying to win a Woody, I think set champs are going on for one more weekend. Watch this.
Watch
This matters. This is studying. This is, you know, the reality is this is where we're at in the meta, and it's going to be over in like 3 weeks. So enjoy it. Learn as much as you can.
You'll miss it, probably. Whether you love it or not, we're gonna watch dogs again. So we're heading back to the next semifinal match. Let's head down to the table.
I like a nice, gentle. Hey, you're going to miss this, okay?
You're gonna miss
One day you're going to
this.
grow up and you'll miss Tramp 7.
You're gonna walk this path.
Yeah, and
You're
maybe
gonna
you
wish
won't.
these dogs
And
hadn't gone by so fast.
So we're going to go ahead and get that game on in just a moment. But in the meantime, in between time, that match was very exciting. It's kind of funny because we don't get to, we don't choose, obviously, who makes the tops.
We do
But it is
not.
exciting when it's a
I wish we
50 right?
could.
Yeah, we control very little. But I think we're ready. Are we going to be thrown into the match in a moment? Oh, we'll just have a moment.
Oh, just a moment.
So in the meantime, I
In
got
the
a pack. And nobody else around me opened an enchanted, which means statistically speaking, it's my time. If you're me, and I am, can I please get an enchanted? I'll show the camera first.
There's 3 things that Katie loves more than anything else: Zelda, tournament math, and opening packs.
Okay, and okay, well, anyway, I did also have some data. So that's the good news is in the lieu of an enchanted, do you want to know a fun little fact?
Yes.
Amber Emerald made up 37. So there was 143 players that showed up to this tournament. Of that, 37 players brought dogs. The most popular deck in the room, only followed behind with 21 for Amber Amethyst, which one of them made the top 8. However, that's 25% or 26% of the room was dogs. 62.5% of the top 8 was dogs. So what we call that is we look at the conversion rate. That conversion rate is 16.2. But we're ready for the match. I'm just giving you guys like data, all right? Tip your servers. Send me a pack.
Tip your server.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, we are getting down here to the second semifinal match to figure out who our next finalist is. The other person who's going to be battling it out for that invitation to the North American Championship. We have another dogs matchup here. As we indicated, it is Zach and Dennis. Dennis going 8-1. Zach going 7-0-2. So most likely undefeated all of day one, splitting those last 2 rounds, how that usually works out. And so Zach not dropping a match yet this weekend. We'll see if that changes here. Both players opening up that Lady Decisive Dog. It's a great opening in this deck, an aggressive opening. Sets up that Miss Park Avenue shift line. And we're going to see which player manages to find the Eleanor for us, the Under the Sea first. Yeah.
So
dogs.
I love every player because every player is someone playing Disney Lorcana, and that's cool. But I'm very excited looking at Zach's list because his list is called Too Chief, Too Furious. It's got Chief Powhatan. And we saw that yesterday to great effect with Eleanor. It's a very cool card to drop. You have Eleanor. They're like, oh, look, I'm going to get rid of one of your cards with my Eleanor. But don't worry about it. Chief comes in. He Tokyo drifts into the parking spot, and he is going to be an exerted character at a 5/5. So I love that inclusion. But on the other side, Dennis has Della's Moon Lullaby. That's technology that Zach does not. So these are dogs, both alike in dignity, but separate in a couple cards.
Yeah, the only other couple other interesting texts here that we'll spoil a little bit. Zach running 1 copy of Go-Go Tamago, not always running dogs, but there is one here as a finish. That Darting Dynamo can close things out. Dennis doesn't run them, as I think most people don't. Also, for a little bit of extra lore burst, Zach is running 1 copy of Mulan Resourceful Recruit, and Dennis is not. So when you look at these lists, Dennis is incredibly tight with mostly 4 UVs with a couple 2 UVs, a very, very tight, consistent list. These are ones that online go in 2 rows, and it looks super clean, and everybody loves it. On the other side, Zach with quite a few 1 UVs here. He's got 1 Mowgli, 1 Mulan, 1 Go-Go, 1 Pluto for that little extra ramp on turn 1. And so kind of 2 different philosophies here,
Yes.
in addition to having that Chief Powhatan, as you mentioned.
Now, I will mention another thing is sometimes in 1 of decks you go, good luck, buddy. But you know good luck buddy's needed because that is the beauty of Tramp Street Smart Dog is if you have one of those tech cards, you can go get it. I mean, if you're digging 6 cards deep in your deck, I mean, Dennis is 1 turn away from being able to go 5 cards deep in his deck. If there is that one little tech card, this is the perfect deck to do it. Otherwise, I mean, Vision gets you only 5. In this deck, you can get up to 7 more. So it will be up to him, and we love the term in TCGs. You got to respect it. So the entire game, any card that there's one of, Zach needs to respect and fear. and not leave any damage where he doesn't want to. But we are going to go ahead and do an early shift onto Lady. Now, this sometimes seems bad because you probably want to get some cards back, but not so bad because now she can sing. If she had a song, she doesn't.
I'm just saying, she
I
thought
know.
about
What a
it.
build-up.
Nope, I got nothing. She took a deep breath, and there was nothing there. So interesting shift there, but getting a well-statted character on the board and insulated against.
Bronson here. Dennis called in sick. Oh, wait, no, Dennis is still here. We got Bronson. So Dennis is real and Bronson is new. Zach, we hardly know ye. And,
Right.
but,
You know what?
Here's the thing. Zach's gone. Get this out of here.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
I'm comparing these lists. 'Cause I'm trying to. So we had to change the player names, and I'm double checking.
If there's
everything
no
we told you
Chief
is true.
Powhatan, then I'm
Um,
sorry, Bronson. I'm not a big fan anymore.
Yeah, that's
Bronson,
right.
I like Zach. Is Zach gone? Is Zach in this tournament?
So
Zach's not even in this tournament. All right.
So interesting couple notes here. There is. Okay. There is no chief, but some of those things I told you are true. There's
Some
actually,
things are true.
Some things are true. There are 2 Go-Go's. There is a Dale ready for a shot in here, while there's not on Zach's side. So a couple interesting tech choices. Both players here, they're also running the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader, which is a fun card, with 1 copy in Bronson's and 2 in Zach's. So just forget the chief. Sorry, Katie. But everything else.
He's so
pretty
good,
true.
but not good enough to make top 4. How good
Nope.
could he be?
No, apparently not.
Question for the
Top 8.
ages. But now we are looking at the board with brand new eyes. As everything has changed except it's still a dog's mirror. But as we saw, skill, expression, and luck. You have to be prepared to be lucky. I
That's
think
right.
in any world of TCGs, you got to be prepared to be lucky. But absolutely in a dog's mirror, you do, because obviously there are times you go hunting with that street smart dog, and you're like, I'm gonna go find it. You don't. So you need to know how to maneuver through that, how to not overexert, and not let your opponent run away with a greedy play line. Unfortunately, I do think this Lady Miss Park Avenue is kind of scary. I mean, it does protect her from an under the sea line, which is nice. But I mean, I don't even think he has. Let me count the vocal power over here. We have enough. We have enough to sing under the sea.
Well, and I think that was the calculus here, knowing he doesn't have the under the sea and seeing the way Dennis was leading, especially knowing that Lady shifts around and things like that, was able to, or putting this Lady Miss Park Avenue in play to insulate his board from completely being wiped with the under the sea. And in that instance, it is a simple matter of establishing 1 or 2 other characters to augment her singing ability to respond with an under the sea. And we're seeing exactly that right now. As Dennis does sing under the sea, we're going to send those 2 characters. And this is why he shifted that Miss Park Avenue early, a really heads-up play there, because his board is not empty, and now he can very easily establish an under the sea of his own.
Yeah, it is all about, you sometimes are stuck between 2 suboptimal. It's one of my favorite terms in the entire game. 2 suboptimal decisions. In this case, we can build back fast because we were able to go ahead, get that Grandmother Willow immediately into Bobby Zimmerowski, clearing out the hand a little bit. There's a Lilo Escape Artist, which we can put in the discard, which is just a place you'll play cards later. And now it's kind of like, not so bad. Now, Dennis could immediately come back with another under the sea, but he's able to keep his hand where, as long as he keeps that economy, where every time something terrible happens, he can come back, he's still very, very much in this game.
Now, kind of thinking about doing something with this Miss Park Avenue here. It'd be interesting to see if he chooses. I think that Willow is a tempting target over there, but it'll be interesting to see if he makes that Miss Park Avenue vulnerable to a challenge here, because I do think your way back into this is that under the sea. And no, keeping everything upright, passing it back over to Dennis with a really quick, a hasty ready there, and a very wide board here. But again, all of these characters do like to swim if the scenario presents itself. And Dennis here, knowing that that's a possibility, sending everybody out on a quest before doing anything else, just scooping up that lore. And now we'll see if he follows it up with anything from his hand.
Yeah, he did go ahead and quest that Aurora, which does provide a discount. And then we also have a discount. He did not play anything.
Did not play anything else. No, just saying here, look.
Curious.
Well, it's fascinating because what he's saying here, he said, I'm going to
think
quest
you might
every single
do it.
turn. He says, I'm going to quest every single turn. If you have the Under the Sea, I'm going to get the lore out of it, and I'm going to have the cards in my hand to follow up. If you don't have the Under the Sea, you have to at some point challenge into my characters, and that will allow me to get rid of your Under the Sea line.
And that, I think, and when I said, if you plan to be playing in this meta, watch these tournaments, this is why. It's because dogs of the deck, that when you sleeve it up, you're like, go fast, win, get to undersea, win. And the answer is there's a lot of decisions in the meantime. How greedy can you be? How conservative can you be, right? Because Bronson held back that last turn, and now he has to engage, probably as a, not a punishment, but as a downside maybe of going back. So now he is going in and challenging. He doesn't have Under the Sea. He is able to retain a lot of his board and get that Eleanor 3-for-1, where you get your damage card and 1 lore. So he's on the board.
Did we see the Eleanor activation?
He gained 1 lore down there. I didn't see him put a damage. Maybe he's too cool.
We are missing a damage counter from that Eleanor, I think. I didn't see if the hand was drawn. Oh, did you get rid of that lady? Okay. We got a little assist from Garrick on the side here saying,
Oh,
we
so yeah,
banished that lady. Yep.
So sometimes, yeah, you'll challenge and then say, and then with my last will and testament,
Yep.
I put the
Here you
damage.
go. Coordinated efforts there on behalf of Eleanor to finish that off. So is getting that card drawn. So we'll see if that conservative term from Dennis pays off here, because so we are going to see a card here from the Della's Moon Lullaby, reduce the strength there of that Lady Miss Park Avenue, and now taking a look at the card draw. So it could be Katie too, looking at him playing these Moon Lullabies, that he didn't have any characters. He just had some Moon Lullabies kicking around, and so not much else to do.
Yeah, and that's kind of the puzzle pieces. I mean, because this deck can be described a lot of ways, and that's because it can behave a lot of ways. But in some ways, it is a combo deck, especially when you're running Della's Moon Lullaby, because you're truly counting on the things coming at the right time. Della's without Under the Sea is just fine. Now, you can engage in some challenging. For example, that lady is a 4/4, pretty intimidating under any other circumstance. He's doing a little shuffle in here. Did he put something back in there?
I am not sure exactly what happened. I'm wondering if he inadvertently drew a card and saw a card off the top deck that he wasn't supposed to. I can't think of no other explanation for the random shuffle, but in that case, because you have information about what's on the top of your deck, you then shuffle your deck and randomize it again. That's the only thing I can think of that may have happened there. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess.
We'll have a Nebraska local Bad Vegas, or Stephen Brandt, saying he actually looked at it, I think.
Yeah.
So that's 3 votes. And
Yep.
that will happen. And then, like we say, when the judges or the lore guides are sitting at the table, ready to assist. But now we don't have a ton of cards in hand. I think I see a rhino off the little image right in there. He's like, yeah, you did. Here it is. And like we said, he is able, the rhino is their plan A for Under the Sea, but Della's has that plan B where she draws cards and lowers the strength of that big lady on the other side. If he plays a rhino, that's another shrink, lowering that strength by 1 more, so she would be in 1/4, I believe. But that 4 willpower is still a problem because we got a lot of little babies on this board that can't do a lot. So we'd have to shove our whole board into 1 character, which doesn't feel good because the punish can be great, as we saw. Bronson's not afraid to engage in some challenging.
Yeah, I do think you'd love to keep that Eleanor from activating again this turn. The problem is that one of the reasons Eleanor is so good in this deck is that Lilo is always like an insurance character if Dennis does perhaps find a way to remove both the Willow and the Bobby, or any 2 of those characters to try to prevent coordinated efforts from activating, that Lilo able to come back in and provide that extra character. We do see 1 challenge there after that Power Hamster, or I'm sorry, 160 Wolf rolls onto the board here. Grandmother Willow heading to the discard pile. Now we'll see if Dennis wants to remove another one. I don't know that he can with what he has left.
Yeah, this is tricky here. I mean, that Aurora can be worth a lot later. She's worth 1 lower, but she also is worth a discount. In this case, it doesn't look like he's going to be playing any other cards. He is very, very low on resources here. So instead, he will go ahead and quest up here for 2. Everything is exerted except for that 1 lone 1/16th hamster, who's 1/5 of the board. And now, what will Bronson get to? He has the vocal power to sing. He has some pretty hefty challengers on the board. If I am Dennis, I'm a little nervous because Bronson does have a few things going very strong. He has more ink, 2 versus 3. What a stunning deficit here, and he has quite a full grip of cards.
Yeah, that's like 33% more or something. I'm not a
Yeah, right.
mathematician.
Texas Instruments.
So yeah, Texas Instruments here. I need those graphing calculators to do my math for me. But we do, luckily, so Brunson does have 3 characters on board, so Coordinated Efforts is their well-statted challenger with that Miss Park Avenue. So there's definitely some cleanup that can happen here. And yeah, cards in hand. So in a game of resources, those with more resources usually wins, and Bronson sitting pretty now with a little bit extra ink. But what really is going to make the difference here is a bigger hand size. We are getting these challenges now. Eleanor's
engaging. She's a renowned diplomat. Sometimes words aren't enough.
That's true. Not afraid to roll her sleeves up if necessary.
But yeah, and then we have her. I think he's debating. He's engaged. He's decided I will be challenging. Obviously, that Lilo's going to keep coming back in it back, but the Willow and the Aurora are 2 that can really provide punch above their weight class as far as value in the game. So Yeah. And this is, I think, one of the fun things about the Dogs Mirror is you watch these decisions and then you think about times you've played a deck and you're like, I wasn't thinking about it this hard. So this is very, very interesting to see. He inks the most powerful card in the universe, Tramp, Street Smart Dog, which is fascinating.
It is fascinating, and it is one of the best cards in this deck, but another card that is really good in the deck is Eleanor, and he does have another one in hand. What do we do with the...
2 Eleanors is nice, though. If he knows he's going to challenge with one.
What did we do with that ink, though?
I think
We're just
he's
preparing?
mentally thinking about playing Eleanor.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Sometimes you're like, I will.
Yep.
All right.
I'm going to float this ink here. And
just floating above the table and like zero gravity. But this is so smart because one of those things we say is if Eleanor's exerted, she is in peril. But if you have a backup Eleanor, 2 great things happen. Now you have 2 triggers. That's Fire the Cannon, Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, and Friends on the other side for free. And like we said, it's a backup.
That's
so
true.
if we lose the first Eleanor, and it's in the stats on that lady and the other Eleanor are daunting. So the math is slowly sliding to Bronson's side, and Dennis needs to claw his way right back in.
yeah, Insurance Eleanor is always good.
Yes.
And Dennis, back over to Dennis now. And Dennis, you know, these decks do run low to the ground. You can go wide, but one of the costs is, again, what happens here, and you burn through your hand, and you don't have much ink. And Dennis does find an Eleanor of his own, forced to use everything to play it. And I think we'll need a quest off that Aurora.
Yes. So
Yeah, okay.
legally,
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
legally,
Yeah,
yes.
legally, yes. There it goes. We're just doing things, and you know, we're doing it. We're doing it.
And honestly, if you're at set champs, is one thing I always recommend is just say what you're doing in order, because I think that's one thing is we all know how it works. But just say, I do this, I do that. Dennis just really babysitting these 2 cards in hand that he seems to not either have the ability or want to play. I think he's been fearing that Under the Sea for several turns. It's not here. But he's had just a couple cards in hand.
But we talk about the resource disparity. We keep talking about Bronson's hand size. We talk about his board state. We talk about all these things. Dennis is at 14 lore.
Yes. He's not suffering so bad.
No, and the thing about these dog decks, too, we did mention both of these players running Go-Go's. That is an out if the situation presents itself. There's also the Eleanors that can come in for instant lore gain, depending on how you set things up. And so 14 is kind of a scary place to be, and Bronson is going to want to respond to almost everything that Dennis plays. Luckily, he does have those 2 Eleanors there to fuel his hand and do damage every turn, so that helps. And, oh, geez, just going wide here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Eleanor is about to lose her little army here because I don't think he's going to let, like you said, for reasons that he doesn't want the lore and the fact that it synergizes so well with Eleanor. Eleanor needs 3 exerted characters, including herself, and I don't think they're going to be here when she gets back to her turn.
No, her efforts need to be coordinated, and if there's nobody coordinated with, then she just kind of sits there. But 2 damage on her, and because there are Go-Go's in both of these builds, I believe, we will always keep an eye on those damage counters over there. But unfortunately, Go-Go does require 4 to activate her ability, and so Dennis will need to. That'll be all he'll be able to do on that turn. Instead, we are going to play Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid, dig 1 down. We'll have to discard a card here. And then a couple ink left over to do a little bit more. Did I see the discard?
I think he might be still thinking about it.
Yeah, thinking about what to do here.
Yeah, because he had 2 cards before turn, drew, played Bobby. So yeah, he is thinking about that discard, saying, is there any benefit? Because, I mean, obviously the 3 things you're thinking about, what can I play? Do I need to ink? And can I get any cards off of it that'll get me back into this game? Yeah. He will discard that Tramp because I don't think that would have been a good one to maybe challenge, but this discount will probably pay more in dividends.
Yeah.
There we go.
Getting that 1 Eleanor off the board there, trying to keep that damage off. And now with just the Willow and the Bobby Zimmerowski in play, Dennis still, you know, with the right sequence of cards in it, Bronson's still a little ways off game, but it is getting tough now, that resource disparity looming large. And there's also a Lilo disparity here with 2 Lilos escaping out of Bronson's discard pile here, one of them discounted by that Willow. Just trying to go wide and I think put game on board this turn. Of course, with everything there, Street Smart Dog gets 1 cheaper for each character, and this one will be free, allowing him to draw and discard. And if you find another one, you can play it for free, and things really snowballing here.
And this kind of shows the very, very big importance of... Okay.
Just spitting that out there.
Pretty good. And then he
Oh,
goes
man.
into game 2. But the point I was trying to make is it shows like why it's so important. Like there's competing priorities in this deck. You want to go wide, but you need a hand size because you need that hand size so that when you get to the time that you can dig for things with the tramp, that you're not just getting the one thing you need and you can't necessarily take full advantage of it. In this case, he was able to keep his board healthy, his hand healthy, and even with Dennis at 14, those mattered so much more because, I mean, Dennis looked at the writing on the wall. He's like, I can't claw back. I can't wipe your board with what I have. I don't have the singers. I don't have the resources. He knows this song, and we skip to game number 2.
Yeah, and I enjoyed that game by both players. Dennis taking a very aggressive line. I go back very early on to that 7 lore quest where Dennis basically said, "Hey, if you've got the end of the sea, I'm gonna scoop this lore up early, force you into the control roll, and taking an aggressive line all the way up to 14." Very close to closing it out, and then Bronson kind of turning the corner. But the card draw, I think, made all the difference. The Eleanor being active for multiple turns on Bronson's side of the board kind of fueled him going into the mid and end game. So we'll see if Dennis here on the play can flip the script and force a game 3. Both players shifting about half their hand. I think 3 cards and 4 cards shifted respectively.
It feels like a deck where I rarely ever see a full send back. I feel like it's one of those things where they're like, I've got a 1 cost. Now, I think there are obviously the 2 best 1 costs, well, 3 actually, which is really good that there's 3 very good ones. The Bobby Zimmerowski, Aurora Holding Court, and Lady Decisive Dog. So knowing that there's 3 great 1 costs and then you just need some other jazz, a Willow, it makes it pretty forgiving, I think. But doing it right, I think, is where it gets kind of hard. Sequencing things. In this case, he has Under the Sea in hand. That's a card that is very good in this match. We saw it won in the game, but generally not something you want right away in your hand. Not inkable, not playable for a while.
And susceptible to an early deceiver if your opponent wants to go that route.
Yeah, and that is another fun mini game inside these dog mirrors. It's the timing of Mowgli's and Ursula. We have 1 Mowgli and 3 Ursulas, a fun little split here in Bronson's deck. And then 4 Ursula, no Mowgli on Dennis's side. We didn't see him last game, but that could be an absolute mirror breaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, both of the openings that we talked about earlier here, Bobby Zimmerowski, a double Bobby on Dennis's side. Spray Cheese Kid building incredible cheese towers with the 2 of them over there. But drawing, discarding, we did get that Lilo Escape Artist on Dennis's side of the board. Bronson with a more aggressive opening from a lore perspective, putting that Lady Decisive Dog into play. Yeah, so Dennis not with the ideal turn 2 play here. You'd love to see a Willow there. A couple other cards. Although I will say, oftentimes these decks do go 2 on 2, and we're sliding things over, indicating to me that there may be another character following here.
And I think last game, one other thing to highlight is things went pretty well for Dennis in the early game. He got, well, you say so often, it's whoever gets Under the Sea first. Dennis got to the Under the Sea. Bronson had to shift onto a Lady and got nothing back from his discard. So really, it's about Under the Sea, but it's also, I think, about sustainability of your board. Right now, we have another Lady Decisive Dog. No Willows yet, but so if Bronson's able to get out a Willow and build his board with a little bit more impressive characters, then I think things will be looking good for him. He is on the draw, or on the, yes, he's on the draw in this match. But this Rhino, okay, Rhino's not as exciting in this as a 1 cost, so this is not. But this is okay. This tramp is fine because the tramp will come in, and now Lady can quest for 3. A little scary because if he does, then that means that she's very open to being challenged with a decisive, or not decisive dog, tramps. Enterprising dog.
Enterprising Dog. Yeah.
There we go. So that could be the punish. So I think in that case, he chooses not to quest for that very reason.
Yeah, he did set it up. He did reduce the cost of that Lady Decisive Dog on the other side of the board with that Rhino, and so setting up that, but instead protecting those 3 characters. We'll see another Bobby here. 3 Bobbies, a trio out there eating cheese and drawing cards and discarding. Dennis now just trying to smooth out a rough opening hand, perhaps. Interestingly, these decks now, there's so many different ways to ramp into an Eleanor. Well, there's a couple ways. There's the Aurora and there's the Willow, and so a lot of times these decks like to go 1, 2, 3 into that Eleanor. Neither player pursuing that line here. We do get another card, and now we'll get the check with the Deceiver, and that's what we talked about, that Under the Sea in the opening hand can be really rough. Dennis saying, I got it, snagging that, sending it to the discard pile, and that feels really bad because we do have the Lady Shift in hand as well, which would have been able to sing as soon as she was shifted into play. A little ways off from that, but feels pretty bad to lose that card here when that could win you the game. So Dennis feeling pretty good about that play.
Yeah, and Dennis saying, I have 3 Bobby's emerged. Have you ever seen such a thing? But
I want to see the fourth now. I'm
yeah,
not gonna
right.
lie.
Give me the fourth Bobby. Another thing to mention the difference between these two players is there are no items in Dennis's deck. There are 2 items in Bronson's deck. He has a Snow Fort and a Chromacon. Now, I don't think we will see them in this matchup. I think they are heavily favoring the get to Under the Sea. But as we saw, if you don't, it becomes an issue of challenging. I'm also trying to see if either of them have Dale. Bronson has 1 Dale, and Dennis says no Dales. So that is something that if Dennis turns sideways, he absolutely has to respect the fact Dale can be ready for a shot and cause the math to be bunkus and the kunkus.
Truth.
It's my favorite flavor text. He's bunkus and the kunkus. But here we go. We are going to just do what we can with the resources we have, and that is just quest for 2.
Just quest for 2, and on the other side, there comes that Eleanor now. Dennis digging with Bobby's and finally finding her, and plenty of characters here to exert to turn on her ability. We will see some challenging here. Going to remove at least that Rhino. Is that enterprising dog going to stick around? At least doing 1 challenge here, making it susceptible to Eleanor's ability there. Bronson says, here's some damage counters for you. And we're going to do a little questing here as well. So that Eleanor play at really at the opportune time. Okay, so we did challenge with, hold on. Okay, yeah, I think the idea here is that Dennis wants to, nope. Okay, we're going. We're challenging across the board.
End of turn, yeah.
We're doing challenge across the board, okay.
Yes.
Because we have 4 damage counters there, so yeah. And that Eleanor then will just ping something else.
Now, notably, these 2 players, I remember Dennis, I think I saw him. I'm 99% sure, and the last time I saw him was in the Glimmer Games finals against, he was playing blue-green. So this is a different deck for him, but there we go. We are shifting into Lady Miss Park Avenue, and now Bronson actually gets characters back, which is probably why he wasn't afraid to be aggressive with that quest, because he's like, otherwise that lady doesn't do a ton for me. Lady was a huge powerhouse in that last game. Now we have enough to sing Under the Sea with Nani and the shifted lady. He doesn't have it in hand right now, but you gotta prepare to be lucky. That's the theme here. And next turn he can go wider. As we've seen, just because you win the lore race, you got to get to 20. It doesn't matter how high you get in the middle of the game. It's at the end that matters most.
And Rhino coming in here.
Yeah, and so now we are just doing that math that we talk about over and over again. How aggressive and how conservative can I be? What am I afraid of? He needs to think about what does Dennis have the ability to do with those ladies. Now, he does have 2 Lady Miss Park Avenues, so anytime you see a lady sitting, yeah, you're going to want to probably try to get rid of it early to prevent the Lady Miss Park Avenue shift line. Now we just have a bunch of little guys here. We have two Bobbies and an Ursula electing to get that Lalo escape artist right in before he even draws for turn. And that helps, that counts towards the Eleanor math. So the synergies of this deck are truly off the charts. I don't think any deck does synergy like this one.
Yeah, and just unfortunately, hand size really low. And so making maximum use of that Lilo as he tries to keep resources available here. But Bronson, being forced really into the control role here, has to answer this board every single turn. And really, this game could come down to that Eleanor there, Dennis managing to establish it, drawing an extra card every turn. You know, number one rule of TCGs is more cards is better. And when you're drawing 2 cards a turn and your opponent's drawing 1, I don't know, pretty good.
Yeah, 2
pretty good.
is a larger number than 1. And speaking of larger number, he is going to go ahead and crawl that lore total up. Basically, he's looking at 2 things. How wide is my board versus how wide is yours? But what are the stat lines? That, I think, is where he's losing a little bit. But 2 of those characters come back over and over forever, unless they're sent under the sea. So I think that would be a very cool thing for him to find right now, is that Under the Sea would deal with a lot of problems all at once, leaving just Eleanor by herself. And as we know, she's a diplomat. She needs some allies here. So what do we have in hand? Oh my goodness. An Under the Sea and an Ursula Deceiver. But that is important for Bronson to know. The next turn, if you have a song, maybe now or wait.
That's right.
Play it or don't have it yet.
And not super impactful like in this scenario, but still, you love to get that out of the hand. You know, because it might not be valuable for a number of turns, but one thing it does do as well, keep in mind in this deck, is it is another card in hand to fuel a Street Smart Dog if you're digging for other tech choices. So getting it out of the hand does prevent an additional card retained off a deep dig on Street Smart Dog. So feeling good there. And now a little bit more control here, and all of a sudden, these board states have flipped, and Bronson with the looks like the much better board. Back over to Dennis, though. We will draw for turn with 2 characters on board. We'll be able to turn on Eleanor's ability here, but
I think he has a Willow and an Ursula Deceiver, so he probably will hold. Oh, he will go ahead and deploy it and say, "What do you got?" And it's just a Tramp Decisive Dog. So at this point, he is afraid of the top decks of Bronson. And there's a lot of things to be afraid of, right? Because we know about Under the Sea, but another thing to think about is that Dale ready for a shot? Suddenly, this Ursula, who's just a 1/3, can do some pretty devastating challenges, along with Nani and Lady, who are already feeling pretty well statted. Dennis needs to be very careful. He can fall. If he doesn't quest, he might not get a chance again. But if he does quest, he is opening himself to some pretty devastating punishes.
absolutely. Now we're going to see, we're looking at the decision here. How do I go about controlling this board? Eleanor looks like, I'm assuming she's going to go for a challenge here.
Yeah, she could technically challenge that Nani and live to tell the tale. Because she probably, I mean, you have to have her by the end of turn to get the benefits. And I think that's one of his most important things here. He will elect to put 2 Lilos going in to that Miss Park Avenue, who already had 2 damage. And now the question is, what are we going to do with the other end?
Yeah.
Looks like he passed.
He did pass, and unfortunately won't be able to leverage Eleanor's coordinated efforts ability, passing it back over to Bronson, not getting that card draw. So Bronson now here with a couple cards in hand will be able to respond, and we'd love to get something off the board to prevent coordinated efforts from activating next turn, but in the meantime, just trying to establish the board here and perhaps start to push his lore total to force some challenges, but nope, going to pass the turn back over. 2 Lilos escaping from the discard pile. There'll be 4 ink there with not much left to do other shenanigans with this turn. Deceiver will go for a quest, up to 7 now.
Yeah, so this is just getting value where you can. If your opponent doesn't have a ton of cards, that's when you do feel the most comfortable. I think Dennis is sitting at just 1 card. I'm not sure what that card is, so he just has to. Oh,
He did a damage, and he drew a card off the.
oh okay, so he's passing his turn. Okay,
Yeah.
so he gets his damage, and that was end of turn here. So he does, like you said, those 2 Lilos, they synergize great because it's 2 things. Bronson has to deal with it. It feeds the Eleanor. So it is very beautiful there, but like we mentioned, he has to decide whether he's going to play those Lilos before he gets anything, which is why whatever's in his hand is kind of, because like, what are the odds? It only costs 1 ink. The answer is it's Tramp. That is the odds. So it's it is a game of top decks, but Bronson is hoping to get a better answer here, but I think he drew into another Willow, and then we have that Tramp Decisive Dog. He's decisive, but I call him enterprising as well. He's so many things to me. And then we get an Eleanor for only 3. It wasn't a Willow, it was an Eleanor. And we get the Decisive Dog. And now we can go ahead, quest for 3 with that Lady because of the Tramp coming in. And then now it's just cleaning up where we can.
Yeah, and that feels pretty good. Again, now we're matching the card draw from Dennis here. That feels pretty good. And both players, or Dennis here with a very, very patient game plan, trying to just gather a little bit extra, a couple extra cards here, trying to find the card that will kind of break things open. Bronson, though, clearly shifting or trying to shift into the beatdown role, as we call it, into the aggro role, forcing Dennis to do some control. Because if left to his own devices, Dennis, it seems, is just going to pull those escape artists back every turn. If they're available, may quest with them and just snag an extra card and an extra lore every turn off that Eleanor. So trying to force Dennis to do some control rather than pushing his lore total. And it looks like we're going to see a quest from Nani as well. So a full quest out there, it looks like. And we will also see coordinated efforts from that Eleanor on Bronson's side of the board.
Yeah, Eleanor staying upright and regal, trying to make sure that she gets protected from any kind of mayhem on the other side. Doing a little audit here, saying, okay, where are we getting our lore? We had 3 from Lady, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be 7 total this turn.
Yeah, I think Dennis trying to do the math here. I think on the number of characters that end play this turn to see to ensure that math is correct with that Lady getting the 3. And we are going to back over to Dennis here. Bronson getting an extra lore off that Eleanor. And now Dennis at 8, representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board with Eleanor's ability. 9 with this Eleanor here. That feels like a pretty good top deck. And interestingly, you know, those Lilos left upright, it does feel bad for your opponent to get them back every turn when you're just banishing them over and over again. But when your opponent is spending ink at the start of the turn, even before seeing their options, you know, it does reduce what they can do every turn. And speaking of those escape artists, another one now, not escaping from the discard pile, escaping from the hand onto the board. And Dennis is going to try to turn on this Eleanor ability here. We're going to do one challenge there. And
Yeah, engaging in an all-out brawl here in the middle, having even Eleanor, a diplomat, saying diplomacy is overrated. Let's go ahead and do some challenges. We see 2 damage on the Nani, which means we'll easily be able to get one last piece of damage on her and have one left over with our second Eleanor. And things are really coming up. Dennis, all of a sudden, he has lots of characters on board, lots of characters being retained, lining up for these final math here. And we will definitely get to Eleanor triggers, 2 cards, 2 damage, 2 lore, getting up to 10.
yeah, that Eleanor top deck I think feels really, really good in this scenario. And now, after all that control, there's damage counters everywhere. Those Eleanors will trigger. We'll see 2 cards now, 2 lore. Dennis all the way up to 10. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lore on board. Dennis is presenting game. And just like that, Bronson really, really now needs to think about doing some control. And luckily, we have some tools to do it. That Eleanor will be able to pick off an escape artist on her own. And with those damage counters floating around, it gets a little bit easier. But those 2 Eleanors over there, doesn't feel good staring at them.
It's so crazy, too, because when Eleanor first hit the scene, I was like, yeah, Eleanor's powerful. You know it's more powerful than 1? 2, then it feels crazy. 3 is when things are obscene. Then you're just like, I need to call the governor. Unfortunately, by taking off just 1 character, it was he lost the ability to sing this Under the Sea in the hand. He doesn't have what he needs, so he can't shift the tramp or the rhino, so he has to try to hold on for it for 1 turn. Does he have time for it? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's complicated with Eleanor. So really, it's like a mixture of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So definitely has game on board. He needs to do some cleanup. And he wants to have singers. So he can't really have both, can he, right? Like if he wants to retain his singers to sing Under the Sea, if he does not challenge now, he will never get to the chance to sing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a tough spot to be in. Those escape artists really doing work so far this game. A combination of the escape artists and the Eleanors. And
yeah, I mean, it's been so good for Dennis because, I mean, as we saw, the escape artist is a little bit of sneaky card draw. It activates the Eleanor's ability. It creates pressure because even if those Lilos never get a single piece of lore, it does create a problem for Bronson. And Bronson's trying to solve it in his head right now because, I mean, the Eleanors are driving the machine forward. The Lilos are never going to stop coming back. Somehow Dennis has gotten up to 5 ink, so if we don't get rid of that Willow, all 3 Lilos can come back next turn without even drawing. So it is not... Not my favorite.
Not ideal.
If this isn't a math test, I might fail the class.
Not ideal.
Yes, suboptimal.
As one would say.
Yes.
But Bronson really, really, really wants to leverage that coordinated efforts ability. So trying to figure out now, how do I do the most efficient removal here? What's the right mix of challenging, questing? It's probably doing as much control as possible, I would guess, and then making use of Eleanor's ability to do 1 damage, clean something else up, but importantly, drawing a card. Because you're going to need to find, a couple good pieces here to really stay in this game.
Yeah, and that is why these mirror matches can be very, very, very swingy, right? Because, I mean, it all is just incremental value, and then it starts being like it gets a logarithmic progression, if you will, where the trend line just gets unobtainable to come back. I mean, Dennis saw it last turn where he's like, I'm not losing, I lost. And so Bronson is doing his best to do cleanup, but unfortunately, we still have
5, 6, 7.
Okay. He's able to do a pretty good cleanup.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm doing go-go math here. Because anytime there's go-go sitting around and there's 3 damage counters kicking around on the board, I'm always interested to see if that would close
things down. Dennis doesn't have go-go, right? He's a no-go.
Oh, he does not. Okay, they're only on the other
Bronson
side.
says,
There
I
we
don't
go.
have to respect anything.
That's right.
Which is my favorite.
The Go-Go's in
Be a
Bronson's
rebel.
deck. So instead, Dennis here pulling back those escape artists again. They're going to keep being a menace here. And Bronson's going to have to continue to shut those down as they fuel the Eleanors. That one escape artist here, menacing Rhino, sending him to the discard pile. It looks like Ursula going to do something.
And this is devastating because, I mean, we see what's in his hand. You guys see it. It's under the sea, but he can't sing it. It's such an irony, right? Because he either has to control the board by challenging or singing under the sea, and he had to do challenging before he could get to under the sea. And I don't see a scenario where Dennis is going to let him keep that Eleanor, especially because Eleanor is happy to inflict her own diplomatic damage. So at this case, it's got to be so frustrating to be Bronson. You want to have it all, but you're just stuck between kind of making the next best choice.
Yeah, and they're just sorting out here, I think, what's challenging, what we're going to remove with the Eleanor. We're going to establish a lady decisive dog here just for good measure. And Dennis definitely representing game on board again. So in a second, it's going to go back over to Bronson to see if he can figure something out. But before we do that, we're going to play this Tramp Street Smart Dog for 1. Now, I didn't see how many cards Dennis had in hand. I don't know that he had any.
Yeah, so it's just cycling cards.
Cycling cards, hoping to find that 4th escape artist perhaps, and that's going to be it. I think Bronson's saying there's no way I can overcome this. There's just too much on board.
He knows
and we're going to go on to a game 3.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, it shows that I would say and if you go on to social media, the debate on like which card is the one that is the most powerful, it goes on. Like some people will be like, it's Nani, Nani's the problem, which is a crazy time to, but it's because they are all powerful and they all have this augmentive effect where on their own, Alilo is powerful because she comes back. But in this deck, you don't have a ton of card draw, so you have this, it gets to come back. Same with Lady Miss Park Avenue. Then we have the fact that it's exerting with the Eleanor. We have Aurora with the Eleanor. All of it just makes this harmony, and it makes it a very improv-heavy deck where you get to respond over and over. And in this case, we've seen both of them do it. We haven't seen all of Bronson's tools. We have not seen Snowfort, Chromacon. We have barely seen him we haven't seen him under the sea. We haven't seen his Mickey Expedition Leader. We have not seen the Queen Devious Disguise. So, I mean, we've seen 2 games, but both of them still have
classic dogs, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen, and we haven't seen Dale, which is something you think you might want to see. So Bronson is saying, I'm going to the Little Lumineers room, I'm assuming. So we might go back to the booth here. You guys can see what we look like, and the answer is...
This is when we're leaning...
It was so awkward when I showed up this morning, and I was like, well, Liam, you're wearing your red blazer. And then I looked, we were all wearing the same thing.
I know. We didn't coordinate, and somebody had to change, but then all I brought was red.
Yeah, we all like put on our other blazer, like all red. Now, I did go to Target last night in this blazer with Garrick and JD, and kind of felt like a big deal. So that's a tip, wear a red blazer. But anyway, to this mirror.
That did happen.
Yeah, but I do think I know it sounds, because sometimes when you hear us casting, I think there's a degree of like, it's like people being like, no, I'm happy. But I don't hate the dog mirror strictly because the tech choices make it interesting to me. We saw it in Infinity, where it started with Kurt Spice having like Piglet Poo Pirate Captain and Chernabog, and then people saying Snowfort's all the rage, then moving on to maybe Chromacon again. And now they mirror each other, both formats, Core and Infinity with the dogs. The science isn't established what the best dog deck is. I think people know it's the best deck in format, but it's so fun watching people be like, but did you see this one? And I enjoy that aspect. What about you?
No, I completely agree.
Don't like it.
No. I do. I completely agree with you. And it is funny because you watch this and like somebody will play a Dale in the right scenario and you're like, oh my goodness, Dale's amazing in the mirror. Like you have to play Dale. But there's a lot of decks not. And then you see Go-Go come out and win a game and you're like, oh my goodness, why aren't these decks running Go-Go? Go-Go's a great card, but a lot of decks don't run them. Chromacon does work and you're like, oh my goodness, Chromacon's, but you know, there's so many different, even between these 2 lists, ways that you can tech these lists, and both players clearly being successful with the tools they brought to bear. You mentioned Chief Powhatan, which some dogs decks are running, which is absolutely nuts in the right scenario.
Yes.
But the other piece is, like, when you watch Disney Lorcana, to me, the most interesting games are the ones where you encounter these turns where there are, you know, a variety of different options. And me, and clearly I'm not, you know, the best player in the world. I'm in the booth for a reason and not, you know, winning golden Mickeys. But there are turns in Disney Lorcana where the right thing to do is very obvious. And they happen all the time, you know.
Blurpool's a great game where you're like,
turn 5, okay, you've got the Elsa, you play the Elsa. You know, this turn you play the Dumbo, this turn you play the Hades. Like, there are turns in Disney Lorcana, like 80 to 90% of them perhaps, where like the right move is very evident. Yeah, and so when you watch those games, you're like, okay, I see where this is going, and yada yada, and the players are navigating the scenario. And it's not to say it doesn't take skill, but that the right moves are clear. But then there are some games where you encounter, and we've seen that both in these last 2 rounds and both in these last 2 matches, where there are so many different options, and the players are trying to decide, how do I measure exactly the right amount of challenging versus questing in order to put game on board, or do I keep this character on the board just in case I get an Eleanor next turn, or how am I setting up the Under the Sea while protecting, while activating Eleanor's coordinated efforts ability, and all of these different, there's all these different nuances in a particular turn. And there's so many different options, and that to me is like peak skill Disney Lorcana, and we saw that last game.
Yeah, you are checking for 2 things. You're checking for the room, you're checking for the mirror, because you have to get through a room. And these 2 players made up a quarter of the room. That means a quarter of the room was a lot of random other stuff. But then the top cut is probably going to be 30 to 50%, in this case 62% dogs. And so then you have to tech for the mirror, and that tech is not always the same. But I will say, of all the decks that put in tech cards, this deck can be the most powerful simply because of that Tramp Street Smart dog. So all that to be said is that this is probably why we are seeing this deck be so successful. They can go ahead and put in cards that you'll never play in any matchup. There could be a day where he doesn't need Chromacon all day, and that's okay, because Bobby Zimmerowski and Tramp are there to make sure it's not a problem. And you can go ahead and play the game. I think we saw Dennis get up to 5 ink. That's the most we've seen. And it's probably the most we'll see in these mirrors, because where we're going, you don't need a ton of ink. The most expensive card, you pretty much have never paid. No one pays 7 for Tramp. It just doesn't happen.
That's true. And I've seen kind of, honestly, different philosophies from both these players as I've watched these first 2 games. And I don't know, I haven't watched a lot of either of them play. I know you said you saw Dennis in a previous match, but Dennis seems to play this deck a little more aggressively, wanting to push his lore total every turn as much as possible, force his opponent into the control role. And we have seen some patient turns from him. There's one in particular where he, there was a very easy-ish quest available, but keeping everything upright and waiting to set up the next turn. But Dennis seems to play this a bit more aggressively. Bronson a bit more control-y this deck, and I'm fascinated watching both of these players play, because I'm just sensing a very different approach from each one of them, not just in the builds, but kind of how they approach the matchup.
I mean, man, when I listened to Zan Syed talk about his DLC Ghent win, he was talking about how even in a Get Best of 3, he said he changed his play style from one game to the other because he wanted his opponent to believe that he was more aggressive or conservative than he really was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, it's 60 cards. You can make certain differences, but you are in core limited to the cards that are core legal. And yet between that, there is play expression, skill expression, and timing, the timing of things. So we are now into game number 3. One of these players will move into the finals. On one side, we had an Ink, and then we have an Aurora down versus a Decisive Dog. And like we said, these are 2. Ooh, I want to see Dale Ready's for it. I love this card.
You're going to see him. There he goes.
Okay.
There he goes.
Bronson, the monkey's paw.
Yeah.
He curled his finger and said, "You will see it." And I think that was the only Dale.
That's the only copy. So hey,
that was
Dale.
what we call a chip and fail.
Yeah,
But the reason I wanted to see it is because you can technically have your opponent maybe overexert to do something and then punish with a Dale. I think it is harder in the mirror. In this case, he elects to do the Mowgli and gets the Under the Sea. As we said, early is bad for a lot of reasons, not inkable, not playable, but it still is nice to have. And in this case, that's 1 of 4 down in Dennis's deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hate to alter into it in this matchup. You do it and you get it and you're like, oh man, I hope this sticks around. And it seldom does. But on Bronson's side, we are setting up that early Eleanor. We haven't seen that yet from either one of these players, but that Aurora is one of the ways that you can ramp into it early. And so that line is available here if you want to make those characters vulnerable to a challenge. But in the meantime, that perfect combination there, it's almost as if they were meant to work together, that Decisive Dog and Enterprising Dog augmenting the strength of that lady to allow her to quest for 3. So an aggressive start here from Dennis. And we do have another Decisive Dog as well. And so with the right line on turn 3, we could see a very powerful opening. And we'll see how Bronson chooses to respond.
Yeah, I will say that Mowgli, Ursula, Chromacon, and Snowflare all kind of fall into the same category to me as important cards that can feel down tempo. You want to put immense pressure on turn after turn. And obviously, the outcome of those cards can be very important in these matchups, but it also is a whole turn. You're not doing anything super crazy. But we do have time to come back. We're inking the Rhino 1/16th, hamster, or werewolf. No, not werewolf.
1/16 wolf. He's 50.
No, someone said werewolf once, and I've never been able to stop that. But there we go. The Eleanor had a royal welcome with Aurora, and now we don't get the benefit right away. That Aurora is in deep, deep trouble, but having Aurora is still quite nice. Or Eleanor get in is nice.
Yeah, and getting that Eleanor on the board, and in this scenario again, I talked about getting her on the board is nice. You'd love to use her ability like right away, but part of the calculus here may be that Dennis again is representing an incredibly powerful quest on this turn, and so electing to basically say that, hey, if you're challenging into my Aurora, you're not questing for 3 with one of these ladies. So that is the calculus, perhaps. So Bobby Zimmerski going to come down. He's going to draw and discard a card, but also now we're increasing the strength of those ladies with that Aurora exerted. It's important to keep track of their challenging ability.
Yeah, trying to make sure we retain a Bobby Zimmerski, discarding a Bobby Zimmerski, inking a Nani stage manager, and there we go. He says, what kind of stuff you got going on? And the answer is, not any songs.
I got this, but I do have the Chromacon, and it's an interesting note here on the Mowgli versus the Ursula. Ursula only sees songs, but now we will get that challenge there with that lady who has extra strength, courtesy of those characters being played. And so Bronson's board looking pretty thin. And you talked about those low tempo plays, Katie. That Chromacon makes a huge, huge difference in this matchup. But Bronson, it feels really bad at this point when Dennis is pushing his Lord Total like this to take an entire turn off to play the Chromacon. So.
And Chromacon, correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of like a non-bow with Under the Sea, because Chromacon is when it's going to be banished. Under the Sea doesn't banish your characters, it puts it under the deck. So it's one of those things that, yes, if you're in a steel-heavy meta or something like that, that could be really, really powerful. But in this case, I think he just goes ahead and says, well, I have it, but it is not inkable. It is that tech card. And while he would love to use the tramp to get that hand where he wants it to be, instead he's just going to see if he can engage in the power of double Eleanor. In this case, I think Dennis ready discard right away because he's like, well, you're probably going to try to keep both of them upright to be able to sing, to be able to do the triggers, and he is correct.
Yeah, and so this is kind of a hold your breath turn for Bronson here because there was only 5 on the lore on the board, which is not a lot. But those ladies again do represent a powerful quest. Dennis, though, without many cards in hand, probably not. We are going to shift, so we will get an extra lore out of that. We will pull back that Bobby Zimmerski, and if there was one other card in the discard, it would have been great. But instead, we are getting at least one card back. That gets a powerful card on the board here. We are going to quest, I think, out. It's kind of.
Oh. I always love that, the whoop, whoop, whoop. But yes, to your point, now's the chance. These are 4 characters that will not be able to survive any kind of tidal waves or calypso drums. So they will go ahead, get the 4 lore where they can. No Eleanor on his side. It's crazy to see it, but for once, Dennis does not have that Eleanor. But he will go ahead, see what he can retain. But like you mentioned, a little bit of a gamble.
This is great here, though. Like, Dennis wants to push his lore total as much as possible because now we have both Eleanors we're able to get online, and if Bronson wants, he can set up that Chromacon this turn. And so that's going to allow Bronson to do a little bit of extra control because if Bronson turns those Eleanors online, Dennis is going to want to get one, if not both, off the board.
Yes.
So now this feels like a pretty good combination here. We're probably going to see some challenging, then we're going to see some extra damage and card draw from those Eleanors, and then we're going to start the Chromacon calculus. That's the Chromacon mind game. We're going to watch Dennis go in the tank and try to figure out which characters is Bronson going to bounce and how do I sequence these challenges. And man, Chromacon can be a difference maker in the mirror, and now that Bronson has it online, we're going to get to see why.
Yeah, and I mean, Chromacon is fascinating because we oftentimes think of it as a way to clean up your opponent's board, but sometimes, like let's say you're carrying something with a lot of damage, you might elect to get something back. An Ursula Deceiver, a Mowgli suddenly becomes a reoccurring threat. So it is really a choose-your-own-adventure type situation when it comes to Chromacon. So it's going to give Bronson a little bit more flexibility. He has 3 pretty good cards in hand.
Another Eleanor here, which triple Eleanor is difficult to overcome in the mirror if your opponent has the characters to support it. And with Chromacon, the 3 Eleanors can work together.
Wow, they look at each other like, it's the perfect match.
Yeah, it's the perfect match, yes.
And there was
I'll change your fate.
Yeah. But then, okay, we'll stop. There's a lot of Eleanor impressions I'd like to do, but I respect you all and I'll stop. However, now
What was in this tart? Sorry.
it's so fun. But then, meanwhile, we have this lady, Miss Park Avenue, and a Bobby Zimmerowski, who's a dog, by the way, a dog humanoid. I mentioned this yesterday. How fascinating is it? Dog's deck is a dog with no subtype dog. It just happens to be the dogs all work together. Even adding things like Pluto into the deck. But in this case, Miss Park Avenue, and Milo gets his hands dirty, but so does Miss Park Avenue, getting rid of one of the Eleanors, and he says, all right, if you had a chance to bounce one of your characters, would ya?
Would ya?
And he's making that decision. The first Chromacon trigger of the game has been activated. And he says, Bobby Zimmerowski.
Spray Cheese Kid back to the hand. And now Dennis's board completely empty. And we have one Eleanor on the board. We have another one in hand. Now that Queen will come down, that Devious Disguise Queen. It is a mirror-breaking card. We saw it super effective in the last round. Now, in this instance, it is a great challenger. It'll do some work there. Give Dennis a card here as well.
She's a great singer, too.
And a great singer,
kind of witchy voice, but it sings fine. But will Bronson let him keep that card? Ooh. That was a discard. Okay.
Yep.
I was like, whoa, that's not good. But no, that was a discard. Now we're just getting value all over the place. Grandmother Willow getting a discount down. Only have to pay 2 for that Nani here. Now we can look at top 4 cards. Say, where's a little guy? There's a few great little guys in there. Tramp is going to be excellent because if anything gets exerted, suddenly we can boost it and punch it into space with that augmented strength. But he goes to go ahead and elect to keep the Bobby Zimmerowski because as we've seen, he's worth his weight in gold. It's like a mini Tramp before you get to the big Tramp.
Yeah, and so it's interesting here because there was an Eleanor line available, but the thing is, with the Chromacon on board, probably the better way to go is to go wide as possible because you know Dennis is going to come across the board and punch one character every single turn, and what's going to happen is if Dennis is doing maximum control, Dennis is going to end the turn with an empty board anyway, and at this point, you know, you just want to close out this game as fast as possible. I think dump as much as you can on the board, and the downside, of course, is, you know, you're susceptible to an undersea, but you want to be in a scenario where your opponent it just has nothing on board at the end of every turn because they're forced to challenge your characters. Another fun card here, this Mickey Expedition Leader coming into play, a fun new card from Wilds Unknown.
Yeah, he can go ahead and, like I said, go on and Tokyo Drift into that exerted position, which is great with Eleanor. He also is an excellent singer. So he is somebody that can be very powerful, but we need to see if Dennis can even get to the cards needed to make it powerful. In this case, we have enough to sing Under the Sea. We don't have it on board. Bronson did not play his Eleanor yet, but I imagine he probably will be thinking about getting it out now. Because if he does and then he starts questing, like you said, there are 2 characters on the other side, but it's that Chromacon math. And as long as he is smart about it, it's not so bad. But instead, we're going to get one Bobby. It's the infinite Bobby hack.
It is. Bobby's all day long in this matchup, both games. And now Bronson discarding that Lilo Escape Artist where you want her. If an Undersea is played, that's a little bit of insurance. And we have another Bobby in hand to boot if we want to do it. Looks like we do. And yeah, Bronson trying to close this thing out again as fast as possible. But that Under the Sea is set up for next turn if Dennis manages to find one. And that's a bit scary.
It is. And for people who are watching, I mean, obviously you see this and you start going like, oh, it's over, scoop, things like that. But to reminder, these 2 players are in the top 4. One of these players will be proceeding to the finals where they will be playing against Josh Wong for a seat at the North American Championship. So couldn't be more important to just keep your head in the game, keep keep the dogs calm, not barking. In this case, the dogs are barking on Bronson's side. He is at the point where he says, listen, you can challenge. I got a Chromacon. I'm getting lore. You have 2 characters. The math is way worse for you than it is for me.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 represented. So it's not game on board, but it's very close.
With Eleanor, though, are you counting the double? 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So not quite yet.
But then Lady can also get pumped up. So there's all the funky stuff, right?
9, 10, 11.
Yeah, still.
Still a little bit. Bronson, though, does have, so it's interesting here, Bronson does run the go-go, so there's always fun math you can do if you play an enterprising dog. I mean, there are 2 damage counters over there, so now a go-go plus another character, plus an enterprising dog to pump the lady, and so there's math.
I know, and that is, I think, one of the reasons this deck is loved and hated, is because it is.
Actually, 2 characters would do it.
Right.
Right now, we're at 10, yeah.
There's so many funky things you can do, but in the meantime, is Bobby again. And as we've seen, like I think Bobby, I do start to feel like he's a mini Tramp because obviously Tramp is digging as deep as he can for an answer, but Bobby's like, well, I got something, and he did just get something. Did you see that under the sea?
I did, and that is going to feel really good here because, as Garrick gave a little point over here, he's off screen watching this game intently with us as well, and I think he was indicating that Miss Park Avenue is in Bronson's hand, which is that extra lore he would be able to use to close out the game this turn, and so definitely game on board on Bronson's side, but Dennis with that Under the Sea will discard it. Instead, we're going to check the hand, and
Very interesting. So he just goes ahead, gets rid of that Under the Sea. Because he has a second one.
yeah, that's right. There it is.
It's crazy.
There it
I
is.
never understand it. But as I have said in Disney Lorcana, if you ever see someone ink or get rid of a card, it's maybe because they have a second, and they did. Now, 3 of those women are very sturdy, and that is Donnie, Eleanor, and Eleanor. And he is at 10 lore, and Bronson has the ability to possibly get a Tramp dig, get his own Under the Sea. He has the Singers. He has 2 Eleanor triggers. It is definitely not game over for either of these players. He is electing to get that Lilo in from the discard before he does any drawing. But this is a time, Tramp, if you can hear me and you want to dig for a little song, I think we could do a reprise. Unfortunately, we'd only get rid of half the board, but I mean, that is good.
Well, and fortunately for Bronson, he's got Chromacon insurance here because both players are now at 10 lore. They're both going to try to incrementally gain lore, push game. But every single time Dennis cracks in to try to remove something to turn those Eleanors offline to try to prevent that lore gain, to get that 2 lore Lilo off the board, Dennis is going to lose a character that heads straight back to his hand, or Bronson's going to get to protect one of his own. And so that Chromacon here is going to make things incredibly challenging for Dennis as he tries to control the board. And Chromacon, again, feels especially good with escape artists that come into play every turn.
And it's important to note, we saw one Under the Sea get discarded. We saw another one get discarded and a third play. So Dennis only has access to 1 more Under the Sea at this point. So that is the only wide board removal that he has access to in this deck. Now, obviously, we have challenging, but you just start doing math. 3 characters versus 6 characters. That's one person has more. So in this case, we will get rid of the biggest challenger. Things are looking very, very scary for Dennis. It was a huge swingy turn, but things just swing very, very far back for Bronson, who just got 2 cards, 2 damage, and 2 lore.
And Streetsman, and that's it. He's going to draw, discard 2. That's it. Nothing to close out the board. There's the fist bump, and Bronson takes it down, taking 2 games out of the 3. He's digging. He's finding, where's that other Under the Sea? What's he looking for? This is what's in my deck, and just trying to figure out how close he was.
It was about 4 from the bottom.
It was way down there. It was under the sea. But Bronson now will be our second finalist here. He's going to take on Josh Wong for one of the most coveted prizes outside of Disney Lorcana Challenge, and that is an invitation to the North American Championship. That is on the line here. That is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We've seen 2 incredibly strong Dogs players play so far, and they're going to go head-to-head in the finals. And what's fun, Katie, is that they're different builds with different tools. And so we're going to get to see 2 different philosophies here with some interesting tech choices. And I can't wait to see this. Unfortunately, I won't get to broadcast it because we're going to grace you with 2 amazing broadcasters here for the finals.
Time. We'll come back to the booth. We'll do a little chat. We don't have to say goodbye right away, but you're correct. We're going to pass it back to Courtney and JD to do the finals. But yeah, just a little bit of reflection. I think that I'm very excited. I did see Alphos, another Kiwi, in the chat. We know Kiwi birds, but these are Kiwi folk from New Zealand. So it'll be New Zealand versus USA. World Cup is here in Dallas, and it is here in this tournament. It is an honor to get to cast with you, Liam. I'm excited because I feel like I never get to cast with you. Just kidding. We casted last week, and we're casting together next weekend. So make sure to follow. We're going to be on PPG.
That's right, PPG
weekend.
Stream for another CCQ where we're going to see another player qualify for the North American Championship. So the fun thing is, if you're following this competitive season, you're watching the CCQs, when the championship rolls around, you're going to get to remember the moment that a lot of these players made their way there and get to know the stories behind how those players got to the tournament. So really, really fun. And again, it was a pleasure commentating with you as well, Katie.
It is. So I think we're probably going to go straight into the finals. Do we have any interviews, possibly? Or are we just going to... All right, so do you want to go to a quick break and get everything settled?
Let's give JD time to set up the finals here and give you words. Katie, I think this is my last time on camera, so it was a wonderful wonderful tournament for me. It was a pleasure broadcasting with you. Thank you all for watching. It's been great.
We should match more often.
We should match more often. Let's make this a thing.
But tune in. I'm sure you're gonna. I mean, you might see one of these players on the Illuminators. That's the thing that's so fun with Liam.
I'm going to make a quick plug on that note. Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, we are doing a card reveal, so you'll get to see the latest card from Attack of the Vine tomorrow night, 9 p.m. On our channel. So please tune in because it's ridiculous.
Don't Illumifear missing the Illumitors. Catch it. Anyway, we'll go to Be Right Back. It's been a pleasure. You can find me at the Lore Keepers Inn everywhere. Katie also. There's a few of us, but I'm this one. All right, to that break.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Illuminaires. It is time. We are back, and the stage has been set, and the finals are among us. And joining me to bring you guys this finals is going to be Courtney from the Enchanted Chatter. How are you feeling, Courtney?
I'm feeling great, and I'm loving the energy you're bringing. You've got the Diet Coke crown. It's a little bit of an interpretation of a crown, but I like it.
This is an artistic expression, okay, of what is being represented here at the Diet Coke Invitational. They will be the king and or queen and or ruler of the realm of Diet Coke for the next season, and it all is going to be here. On the one side, we have Josh Wong. We know this Illuminator. We've been talking about him this entire tournament. He is the man to beat, I would say, traveling all over the entire globe in the name of Lorcana versus Bronson Torres, local-ish hometown hero representing Houston in the great state of Texas. So a little bit of Texas versus the world in this finals in this all-important dogs mirror match. So, Courtney, before we get into this finals, you're a mainstay of the DCI. You're OG DCI member. Can you just talk about this tournament really quickly for those of people who just may be tuning into the finals and what this event means and how this DCI compares to the DCIs of the past?
So this is definitely the biggest DCI we've had. We've had people now from all over the world join us here in Dallas, Texas to share in our love of Diet Coke and also have a wonderful tournament that has a very low entry barrier. So it brings all members of our community together, not only those that are really competitive and going to DLCs over the United States and the nation over to Europe and everything, but it also lets those players that are local who maybe have been afraid to dabble into the more competitive scene a chance to try out what a competitive event is. And I think we've found the right balance of both a competitive event and a very fun event.
Yeah, and that's really been indicated by everyone who has been reporting about their experience in this event. There were so many, younger Illuminaires and families, and not just these highly contested competitive players, but just everyone who has an opportunity to come out and play. Because a lot of times, like you mentioned, Courtney, coming to a Disney Lorcana tournament, especially a CCQ, just the price of admission, I don't know. I know I'm probably not going to win. I don't know if I want to make that type of commitment, $60, $70, $80 sometimes to enter into a tournament, and you might not have the performance you want. Where you have an event like the DCI, it allows everyone to have the opportunity to get out there and play and still have the chance to win some fabulous prizes and also get a chance to put your name into the history books as one of the greatest to ever do it. So it has been a wonderful weekend, and we have two of these Illuminaires who are gathered here, coalesced at the finals, trying to put their name into the history books and punch their ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship, taking place in a few short weeks. Time is running out for Josh Wong and Bronson Torres as we're going to see how this thing is going to shape up. Looking at these deck lists we have here, two dogs mirrors. If you like dogs, pause up. Get them up in the chat right now and let us know how you feel about it. I know there is a lot of resentment at this point. I would say it's pretty fair because it's just a very consistent strategy that you see being represented very highly in the metagame, and people might be like, oh, it's time to, move on from the dogs, waiting for rotation, but it's still a very powerful and present threat, and we kind of talk about those decks and some of the differences they have. What do you think about the dogs overall? Are you paws up or paws down?
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
I respect it. I respect it. I think it is. Yes.
Leah's paws up. Leah's big paws up over there. Well, half up, half down. Okay, we're paws up, paws down.
I definitely respect these lists, and I think you have to. At this point in the meta, we've seen it just perform consistently over and over at an event, back to back. So there's just you can't deny how good it is. But I think everybody has gotten to the point in this meta where we're ready for rotations, I think. And we're ready to see what comes next and see what can find its way to the top.
Or there could be a world where there is still, and we talked about this a bit yesterday, this is core constructed, and I know for the vast majority of this Wilds Unknown metagame and even previous metagames, we've been really, really focusing on the Infinity format, and we really haven't taken the time to really explore what this core constructed could be. So maybe there's still time left because there's PPG next weekend. There's a Sharp Gaming event the weekend after that. So there's still a lot of opportunity to play core constructed in Winter Spell, or excuse me, Wilds Unknown meta. Maybe there's an opportunity for people to get out there and cook and find something that can usurp these dogs.
Yeah, and we did see some decks find success, just not be able to close out at these this top 8. So I think there's still promise that we can see some other decks get in there, but I think it is very valid that this deck has just performed so consistently week over week.
Week over week, time after time. It's all just this ebb and flow. And the thing about it, about the Dogs deck, why I believe it's so powerful and why it's so consistent, is that it's not standing in place. It's kind of evolving and revolving. If you come out with a counter, if you come out with a tool, they have so many tools in their arsenal to continue to redevelop and redesign themselves. We're looking at this Queen Disguise, Queen Devious Disguise. That's a card that a lot of people, myself included, thought was just the biggest bulk legendary ever. Had no playability, and now these Dogs players reach into the bulk bin, pull her out, add her to the deck, and just really add another angle to attack from and another layer to execute from. And she's a queen, works brilliantly with the Aurora, and also synergizes with Under the Sea.
Yeah, and as we looked at the top 4, we saw that 3 of the 4 players are on 4 of those queens. So, you know, there is very clear reason these players have put it in there, and it has performed well this weekend.
Yeah, they've been able to, like, you make the counter, and they're able to counter the counter so successfully. So it's been a very difficult deck to necessarily pin down, but I believe that maybe there is time. But looking at the deck list that we have here, Josh Wong, whose deck is called It's Alex's Birthday. Happy birthday, Alex. I believe they were at this event as well. Did not perform to the way that they would have liked in this event, but still, huge congratulations to you and happy birthday. Hopefully you're still doing well. Looking at Josh Wong's strategy, it looks very consistent. It looks very, you know, how you textbook and standard. We have 2 of the Lady Miss Park Avenue in the deck, and you have 2 copies of Chromacon, and you're also playing Go-Go Tomago, the Darting Dynamo. I think that is a card that could potentially come up as a sneak attack. These are open deck lists, so maybe the sneak attack surprise factor won't have as much of an impact. But what are some cards over there on
well, and
on
that's a
Bronson's deck
good
coming up?
point to bring up, because Bronson's deck is also playing that Go-Go in it, and we're both seeing Chromacons in both of these builds. So I think it will be interested to see how they play around it. The one other difference is in Bronson's deck, he has a Snow Fort. So it will be curious to see if that can help in the mirror, giving some of these characters a little bit more of a boost.
That could work, because Snow Fort will resist the Queen Eleanor's ability. Eleanor Brunel Diplomat will not be able to use her unique ability to ping that damage if you have a Snow Fort. But I'm also seeing that Mowgli Man Cub. You have 1 copy of that in Bronson's deck, while Josh does not. We only have Ursula the Deceiver, and only at 3 copies as well. So maybe you might put yourself in a scenario where your Under the Sea rebuttal might not be able to land as how many Ursulas
3.
are there?
We've got 3. So
Okay.
four ways to get rid of songs and actions and other cards, I guess. With that Mowgli, they're giving a little bit more variety.
That's wonderful. So it could be some gameplay. There could come down to those slight margins of how you can disrupt the Under the Sea. We are going to see that happen quite substantially. They're going to kind of speed run to the Under the Sea. They're going to get their curves down, and I think there are some lines and maybe some counterplay that you can kind of help, you know, make some decisions in this matchup. I know we kind of talk at length about the Dogs Mirror and how unfun it can appear, but when you pay attention and there are 2 great players of substance, the matchup is actually quite entertaining.
I
and
agree
there are
with
some
you.
cool things
I
that
think
can take
that
place.
I understand why some people have some hesitancy and get a little sick of this matchup, but I do think when you have 2 really talented players playing in the mirror, it's really neat to see the choices that they make and the counter plays that they make to try to win out the game.
Absolutely. So again, it's going to be a great match. You guys are not missing anything. We're just getting the players set up. They're getting to their tables. They're looking over each other's deck list, and they're just trying to, you know, getting that last bit of technical things set up, and we will get you guys that game here in just a moment. This is the DCI. The winner of this will be punching their ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship, and it's going to be an absolute vibe. And most importantly, they will win my very nice crown. Okay, I mean, I didn't just make this right before we sat down. This is an heirloom. It's been passed down from generation to generation to generation, and they will go ahead and take this and be the new crowned champion. But seriously, I gotta say, this is my first time participating in the Diet Coke Invitational, and I must say that this tournament has been nothing short of stellar. The community love has been felt to me. Everyone here, really, this event really means a lot to this community. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to be a part of that. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this event, and maybe I can come back and be a part of this again.
I I think we would invite you back. But you definitely earned your spot back.
Garrick, not so much. Okay, get him out of here. I'm kidding.
We'll
The
think
jokes,
about it. Just
jokes,
kidding.
only jokes, only jokes, only jokes. Much love to everyone, and also everyone watching wherever you may be. We're coming to you live on JDZ Quest, but also we're on YouTube on the Illumateer. So make sure you guys are dual streaming, dual watching YouTube and Twitch, liking and subscribing and supporting wherever you may be. Also, you're checking out the Enchanted Chatters. They're streaming on Wednesdays?
nights.
On Wednesday nights, that's right. I check you guys out on most Wednesdays nights, and I'll throw you guys a raid, and I like to hang out with the Enchanted Chatters on those days. So you guys make sure you're tuning in, supporting Podcana. We got Katie at the Lore Keepers Inn as well, and we're just all trying to give love to the community out there. So here it is. We should be jumping into the game here fairly. Oh, we got some time. We got a little bit of time. No, we're fine. No rush. Take your time. Kirby, who has been working super hard, slightly off screen, is the lifeblood of this great tournament.
Yep, and she's getting her supply for. I feel like we should probably run some bets on how long the Diet Coke will last. This is her biggest supply that we've been able to provide her with one of these tournaments, and she does share the love. I do get a little bit of the Diet Coke. She feeds my addiction as well. But I am curious to see how quickly it runs out this time.
And I asked, and I said, hey Kirby, what, between you and me, what do you guys actually do with this Diet Coke? Okay, what do you guys? I asked, because I'm a curious guy. I just say, hey, what do you guys do with all this Diet Coke? Is it just like you guys give it to charity? Like she's like, no, I drink it all. Me. I'm like, no, you and like a whole army of teachers or something. No, it's just me. I just sit there, and over time I'll just drink them all. That is what is happening to these Diet Cokes. So that's why I think there's a conspiracy.
There is always, I feel like every time the DCI pops up, there are roughly 5 people that will ask, what happens with those Diet Cokes when they see the throne? They're like, who's drinking all of that? And the answer is Kirby and a little bit of me.
Yeah, a little bit of, and honestly, I think that is a fair point. So next time you guys come to the DCI, I think I'd start rating all the Diet Cokes first, and then you can scalp Diet Cokes. I think that's a good idea. Scalp Coke, I'm kidding. Do not scalp Diet Cokes in the greater Dallas region. I think that would be absolutely uncouth and ill-gotten gains.
Please don't do that. The caffeine keeps us sane, and we already teeter on the edge a little bit.
Oh.
Data room.
Okay.
Which is a cool 55 degrees during the time. Never gets
Okay.
below that. And then he migrates them home. And
Got it.
as I go through
All right, so they are stored. The Diet Coke crown, the Diet Coke throne is stored in a pressure or temperature cooled room and slowly added in over time, and they're just slowly drank by Kirby. And yeah. This is
Not
so
a bit.
true.
It's accurate.
That's so funny. That's so good. I love it. I think it's super interesting. And honestly, I think that with the next season, we did mention that on the Lorecast we had last weekend. Cooper, the tournament manager, came by and spoke about some of the things that are going to be taking place to look forward to in season number 3. And one thing that he did mention is that there will be a rapid increase of the amount of CCQs that happen next year.
From 32 to 64.
Yeah, so a doubling of the amount of CCQs that were from this previous season. So people can learn from what, obviously people probably can't completely duplicate the efforts here.
No one can duplicate Kirby's.
Probably impossible. I don't know many people, Kirby's a very special person, okay? I don't know many people can do what she is doing, but obviously there are some through lines there. There are some things that people can take away and take this type of energy back to your own local community, and maybe we can get more of these type of events around, because a lot of times, myself included, and a lot of people are going to primarily focus on the competitive community, and that's just where it is, because people are going to always gravitate towards that a lot of times. But we got to forget our game is so much different than a lot of the other trading card games out there, in the fact that our community is one of our biggest selling factors, and this tournament is very, very good at representing that fact. And it's competitive, but also community focused.
Yeah, and I think kind of going back to like the history of the tournament. So initially, the first DCI was created because there was the lull in what we were getting for season 2 of Disney Lorcana challenges, and we were a little bit bored. None of our local stores were running any medium to large scale like events like Win-A-Box or 1Ks. So Kirby goes, I mean, I can put something on, but I don't want to take money from my friends.
Ah.
So what if you guys all just bring me a 12-pack of Diet Coke?
That's
And
what-
then they were like, yeah, let's do that. And now we have a CCQ. So it's graduated.
It was a series of, wouldn't it be funny if, like, wouldn't it be funny if we gave them, like, we've always enchanted. Wouldn't it be funny if we gave them enchanted?
Yeah.
Wouldn't
So
it be funny if we did this? Wouldn't it be funny
You
if
got-
we streamed it?
You guys are actual saints, and I got to tell you, I really do appreciate your efforts, and I think this could be something that is going to be a part of this game for a very long time, and I think it's what makes our game unique. Things like this, I think it's very special. But we are still waiting. We have the players who are set up. The players are ready. I'm ready. I think we're still looking around as they are not ready to go. They're kind of just hanging out. They're meandering a little bit as they are going through their motions and trying to figure these things out. Maybe a little bit of nerves coming in because
Yeah.
there's a lot on the line. These CCQs, I know we just paid some Diet Coke to get into this thing, but you only have one invitation and there are no pass downs in this situation. Both of these
No.
Illumineers really, really need this one.
yeah, both of them need this. We have no pass downs to happen here. We're just all cooking in.
Yeah. So I think this is it. The intensity is mounting. The players are getting ready. We're focused. We're focusing on all that. No worries at all. No worries at all. Absolutely no worries at all. But Courtney, any highlights of the weekend? What are some of the things that you have enjoyed the most that stands out different from some of the other DCIs you may have had?
There were a couple players here. We had some come in from Florida, and it was one of their first large events, and they were really excited about that. So I love seeing new players get into the competitive space, and that's like one of my favorite things to see that happen in real time. So we also had 2 locals that joined, and they hadn't been to locals here. They hadn't really found a store that fit into their schedule. So this was the first event in the DFW area that they attended. And then today they came to play a couple side events, and then we're going to check out a few local stores to see which would be a good fit for them. And I love seeing that because if we can get them in here playing more regularly, we just grow the game, and that's super healthy for the game.
That's been really cool. It's been really nice to see. Like you said, I've talked to a ton of people. Hey, this is my first tournament that I ever played in at all. And it was so much fun, and I can't wait for the next one, or I can't wait to go to my set championships. And now I'm motivated to get out there and start going to locals. And you're creating like this new community of new players, because our game is only going to be as good as the next generation of players coming in. And this is a great way to introduce players who may not be as competitively focused or competitively driven to just get out there and play. And I think that is something that we need to stress more as content creators and as ambassadors to the game. Just get out there and play. Like, you don't have to win. Everybody's not going to ever get a golden Mickey. Everybody's not going to be a DLC champion. But you go out there and play, and you will take something away from the time that you spend playing this
And
game.
I think the other thing that's like great and talking about how this is just such a community driven event. So yesterday we had a player on stream, and he didn't have a great stream game. He joked that he was like, the casters were so nice to me while I lost 40 to nothing.
Oh, no.
And today brought us all lunch. Him and
Oh,
his son,
that's
who
so
are
sweet.
both great members of the community, and then went out to play a set champ and hopefully get a Woody. So a big shout out to them. That was so sweet of them, and the food was delicious.
Yeah, that was really kind. I did not expect that to happen, and I'm glad that they did. And we're always nice. I'm never going to derail any, because I know how hard I've played on Feature Match before, and I'm telling you, it is not easy. Okay, it's not hard. Or some of these great players make it look easy, but there's a lot of stress in those bright lights, especially when things are not going your way. So
Yes, I can attest to that because I definitely. Lorcana is my first trading card game.
Oh yeah, okay.
And the first time I was on a feature match happened to be at DLC Dallas. So I played round 1 against the Rat, who had won Chicago a few weeks before. And I just remember like getting my pairings, walking to the table and being like, oh,
here we go with this. Here we go with this. Okay.
And he was wonderful. He was a great sport. He beat me terribly. Like there was no shot. I was winning that match, but he was a great sport for it, and definitely was nice throughout the day, and was checking in to see how I was doing to help us tiebreakers.
That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm so glad we have really cool players in our community, really cool champions as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you become, you know, a DLC champion or you get that title, it can kind of go to your head and you become like, you know, this bombastic, you know, braggadocious, you know, rude kind of personality. But in our community, I think we're so fortunate to have like I can't really think of a lot of our champions who are just like going to be dunking on people and not caring about how they are engaging with the community. They all pick up this mantle. It's an added responsibility.
Yeah,
And they all wear
absolutely.
that added responsibility so well. I think we're
I
blessed
mean,
in that regard.
the winner from Indy was just posting giving away promos from Disney World
Yeah.
this week.
Oh,
So
oh,
like
he's
follow.
a saint. He's
Yeah,
an actual saint. Like
he
he's
is.
an actual saint. Brian Sploosh Magoo is an actual saint. And
100%.
yeah. Yeah.
So I think
don't know how we got so lucky to do that. Like all of our champions are super generous, super kind people, and like all of our top players for the most part are actually that way as well. They're always willing to share ideas. They're super kind, and even when after they beat someone, they'll sit down and go over like what happened, talk about the game. They're taking pictures, and even when they're losing, they still have pretty decent attitudes as well. So
Absolutely.
we're blessed in that regard, and hopefully
We're-
that maintains. All the champs out there, if you're watching, is be a great ambassador. You know, okay, add a responsibility, and that's your role now.
Well, and I think that's a great way that we bring more players into the
Mhm.
community. I know a lot of what I do on my channel is trying to get more females into the game, and I think having that welcoming spirit really helps women and kids and everyone feel a lot more welcome in the space.
Absolutely, and this game is perfect for that as well. I know I just really love this game, and I just can't not talk about the love that I have for this. We're still waiting on the players. They're setting up at the table. You guys are not missing. They're not missing anything. We're going to be going into the game here in just a moment as I share my love for this game. But this is different from a lot of other TCGs in the fact that women are highly represented. I've gone to multiple tournaments where there are more women than men.
Which I love, and I think we are
Here it
ready.
is.
We've got our players locked in
Let's do it.
and shuffling up and mulliganing away.
Let's do it. And here it is. The finals are underway. Bronson coming in from Houston all the way down to Dallas in pursuit of a ticket to Disneyland, while Josh Wong all the way from New Zealand on this absolute escapade tirade through the entire world on his pursuit to greatness. Who is going to come out on top? We got Undefeated versus X1. A couple of draws in there. I don't know which one is better. I believe X2 or OX draw. I believe a draw 2 is better than a 1 loss, but I could be mistaken.
I think you are correct.
Okay. So Bronson should be on the play this time, as Josh is going to have to break serve and start climbing hills early. This Amber Emerald strategy does get a lot stronger on the play. As you know, they have access to some of the most powerful opening lines in the game with that 1-2-1 Willow play that they have. But currently, Bronson doesn't have access to that right now.
Yeah, and one thing we were talking about a little bit of the differences in these decks, and we have Josh with a very consistent deck, a lot of 4-ofs, not a lot of 1 or 2-ofs, whereas Bronson took the route of there are quite a few 1-ofs, 2-ofs in his deck to basically have some different answers and tech into different matchups. So we'll see how that plays out in this mirror match.
Yeah, the deck is more like a toolbox, is what the cool kids call it, as Tramp, the street smart dog, will let you check to find that very specific tool that you need for the very specific job that may present itself, as the cuts are coming in. Orange sleeves versus that seafoam green. We'll call it aquamarine for everyone out there with their color charts up. And the fist bump is issued, and it's time to quest. Let's get active as Bronson. Oh, no, Josh is going to be on the play. So,
All right, so we were both wrong.
Okay. Okay, there it is. As we quickly discard that Chromacon by way of the So Cheesy ability of Bobby Zimmerowski. Staring at the hand now. I don't see any 1 cost there. No, we have that lady, I believe. You can probably take a lady shift lady play if you get that Lilo set up
Yeah,
to this turn,
and
maybe.
do we also have a Bobby, it looks like, and a Lilo
Ooh,
in hand, which
we're
is
cooking.
always a good way to start.
As we are gearing up to get the Tramp Street Smart Dog down into the inkwell, follow that up with a lady as well, as a little bit of jitters coming in from Bronson, who's thinking about how he wants to break this curve down. Kicking out that Lilo to the discard pile, probably immediately rewarded with another Tramp Street Smart Dog off that.
All right.
Bobby.
Not a bad draw there.
Oh, it looks like we got a little bit of a screen outage. No big deal. We'll get that back to you guys here in just a moment, as it looks like as we're going to keep the hand shuffling happening. Josh Wong here going into the second turn. We don't have a 2 cost in hand, so no Willow, no Willow 1 cost here. Oh, you do have it. Oh, we did have it all
A
along.
Willow
It's
and a
kinda-
Bobby, so we're gonna keep cycling through that hand. And it looks like we've got a Lilo to discard. So
Perfect setup. I think that's a nice little rebuttal to Bronson's decent start, but we got double Eleanor in hand, having some inkability issue. You hit the power curve with the 1 cost Willow 1 cost, setting yourself up for a tramp line. Now Bronson has to be ever careful as the second tramp finds its way into the inkwell. You hate to see it.
yeah, this is I feel like not exactly the cards you want in your inkwell, particularly in the mirror.
Yeah.
But when you have limited resources of inkable cards in your hand, you have to make those tough calls.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Inkability. So it looks like we're all in on this double Eleanor plan, which is looking quite strong for Bronson. If we can get there, we can set up 1 Eleanor as soon as next turn. If we can use this Aurora holding court's ability to bring that out. Nani stage manager now coming in from Josh, who is keeping the power train rolling. We have 1 under the sea, though. Unfortunately, we'll have to find its way to the bottom of the deck. We'll grab that lady quickly.
Yeah, and it looks like there was also a tramp in there as well.
So there's a possibility for us to have a pretty long game. We already have our own tramp in hand, and we could deep dive this deck next turn to find another copy of Under the Sea. And with that Nani, the Willow, and the double Bobbies, if my math serves, we can sing it next turn if we can find it.
And I think your math is correct.
And that goes to say, I mean, it's a lot with this Amber Emerald Dogs deck, but in the hands of a competent, capable pilot, it looks even more effective because there's a lot of mathematical numbers you have to kind of figure out to make sure you have who can sing what when and how that all goes. But it kind of played together quite nice, and it looks like a little symphony. But we're going to send this, I believe the Eleanor is going to be
I believe
played
you are
next turn.
correct.
As we'll just do a little lore pad update, and the Eleanor has arrived. Now we may have to quest these other glimmers here to get the most use out of her ability, or do we hold that until next turn? I think we might have to hang on to that Eleanor, these other 2 glimmers, because you will probably lose them, and that double Eleanor play gets a lot worse if that's the case. You also have Shift Lady in hand. I think the hold is correct, as Bronson is kind of pontificating here if we want to get exerted right now.
Yeah, I think also with we did
We hold. A nice simple hold. Okay, we don't hate the hold, as the tramp is now deployed. Can we do it? Can Josh get it done? And he got it
he
right
got it.
away. The Under the Sea has been found, and this will set you back, leaving nothing but the Eleanor the Renowned Diplomat. And I think we snapped that Under the Sea super duper
Yeah, we
quickly.
snapped that Under the Sea alongside a hamster to bring our.
Oof. Ouch, baby. Very ouch, as I believe this one might be over there. We're going to keep looking at the hand. We have a lady that can kind of help us rebuild, but we just don't have the ability to get there soon enough. Bobby Zimruski is in the hand along with the Eleanor the Renowned Diplomat, but that is the game sometimes, Courtney. You get in Under the Sea, you sing it, and then you just kind of chill on to victory, as Bronson now has to do a significant amount of uphill climbing, as Josh was on the play. They're going first and was able to set up correctly and sing Under the Sea. That is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
It is how the cookie crumbles sometime, and truthfully, just having just the perfect hand and finding the perfect answers with cycling through the deck.
Yeah, that's actually just how it goes. We're going to continue to put up a bit of a fight. I mean, there are times maybe if you can reestablish yourself and get your own board back together, and then deploy your own Under the Sea. Currently, right now, you clear everything except for the Nani stage manager. So there is a world where you could potentially come back, and Josh still has a lot of questing to do, maybe 2 turns worth. So there is a chance if you can get Singer 4 or Singer 8 established in time, there is a world that you could do it.
There is a world, definitely, but it's going to be an uphill climb.
Yeah, he's going to have to do some serious building and building, as Josh now is free and clear to probably just start aggressively questing. We're also bringing back this Lilo, who's just adding more pressure, And then the Ursula Deceiver is going to be deployed as well, seeing nothing but Eleanor and Lady. That is technically, hold up, if you can slam this Eleanor and then draw Under the Sea your next turn, do you just lose? Never mind, we got 10 lore in play. I think this
I
game,
think we're.
yeah, I think it's done. And yeah, that's going to get it done. We didn't even draw the Inkable anyway, so
Yep.
you hate to see it as Bronson does feel the wrath of the Under the Sea in the mirror match on the draw. And when you go 1-2-1, that is the power play. And Willow will be a card that will exist well beyond this core constructed. She's going to be around for the next 2 years, and I think we're going to have to get used to that. Willow, one cost, seeing some early Under the Sea.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we are now going into the game 2. Josh now has all of the momentum, all of the energy. You have came out and done probably one of the harder lifts you have to do, as you've now won on the draw. You can sort of, I don't want to say the word relax, but you can kind of semi-calm down a little bit because you know you have an on-the-play game still due to you.
Yeah, and he was actually on the play that game. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
We miscalculated.
My bad. I threw myself off. Now I know that 9-1 is better than 802. I guess that is something I learned. We learned something today. I know I sure did.
Yeah, the more you know.
The more, run the rainbow. Production, rainbow across the screen. Okay, never mind. I'm joking. I'm joking.
She just throws her hand up in the rainbow motion.
The little rainbow across the stream, as we are still now, but Bronson has the ability to be on the play this time, and maybe there's a world you can come out and do the same thing that just happened to you, and then figure out how to win on the draw, which is fairly difficult with the Eleanor lines available.
Absolutely, but we have seen today where sometimes just the deck's not working in our favor after a good game. So there still could be an opportunity here to come back.
Yeah, I believe that's why this dogs deck is why people consider it so good, because it's hard for it to brick. Okay, it's very difficult. It can possibly, like, you can get a ton of Under the Seas, a ton of Lady Decisive Dogs, and maybe some of your top end stuff, like a lot of tramps without a lot of one cost, and then the deck can fail to function. But it's so unlikely for that to happen with our very generous altering system that we have in our game. You're able to pick the cards you want and send back and draw the cards you need, as it looks like we might be thinking about holding Under the Sea. That's a gambit. I like the tenacity, but that could be hard punished by an Ursula Deceiver on 2.
It absolutely could be. But I also always, I feel the player in making this decision, because I always get a little nervous if I'm being too greedy. Like,
right. You got to gamble sometimes. And I think we are going to take we're going for a big alter here from the dogs player. We're looking for that 1-2-1, and we will send that Under the Sea back to the deck. Looking at the hand, seems like we have a 1-2-1 available with a tramp and an Eleanor option, so that is a very good hand.
Yeah, and seeing Grandmother Willow in that altar.
Yeah, that is a really, really powerful hand that you have set up. I can't really take a sneak peek of what Josh is holding on to, but if
he hit it from us too.
Yeah, if he comes out, you got to be ready for both of those options that are available. Bronson will need to continue to draw some inkable cards off the top of the deck, as we are getting all set up for this game number 2. Also, that Snow Fort is in hand as well. So interesting that you could potentially get that set up to help buff yourself against a potential Eleanor that Josh might be playing towards.
Yeah, a potential Eleanor, and also just allows you to turn your characters sideways a little bit earlier than you would have been able to without it.
But it's also quite slow, and it is uninkable, so that might be, and you are kind of struggling with some inkability issues here, as kicking that Lilo does seem like the easy thing to do, but when you need to put something down to your inkwell, that little filled out ink logo at the top of the corner might be more important than the card itself. But Bronson is going through that, and we will kick out the Lady Miss Park Avenue due to inkability crisis, I believe. As now Josh gets into the go-go, looking for a nice quality one cost. It's a Bobby. And a Go-Go Tomago, Inkwell into Bobby with a discard. Who are you going to kick out here? I believe, as we are checking on who's going to go, the Eleanor. Wow. Probably feeling you didn't have any type of acceleration to get to this Eleanor in time for it to be an effective use on the draw specifically. it's not a bad discard there. And it's also uninkable, as we will go with the 2-cost Willow into a 1-cost Lady. Power play achieved by Bronson.
Absolutely.
And
And I also love, we have Josh using a golden Diet Coke keychain as his hand marker.
look at that. Shout out to the lore guys, and shout out to Josh, who is already trying to claim the title as Diet Coke ruler, you know, playing with the Diet Coke hand marker there. And the Rhino is going to be played here. 1/16 Wolf going after the Lady until next turn. Keep in mind that effect will last until the start of next turn. Not that it matters, but it could. It's still that's still a bit of a slow turn there for Josh. That has to be a sigh of relief for Bronson there, who has the ability to continue to build this board, or you could take a turn off and set up this snow fort if you want, since your opposition has already started a slow turn.
Yeah, I'm interested what we're going to put out here.
It's we could go for the Tramp now, or the Eleanor, who I didn't even see that character was going to be in hand. Eleanor has hit the board, and if you wanted, you can start to quest. It still might be a bit too soon for it with that Tramp Street Smart Dog in hand, and you being represented under the sea. This looks like a very comfortable position for Bronson. How will Josh Ace get out of this? Nani Stage Manager will help buff you a little bit. You find your under the sea, and you find your own Tramp that you can probably return fire with, but currently you don't have the ability to shift or sink. So we'll just elect to leave that Tramp where he is, grab our own Lady, and potentially set ourselves up for a more aggressive approach. Potentially just put characters on the board, maybe start questing there, is what Josh is thinking about. He looks a bit stressed as this board is super weak. As the Tramp has landed, now can Bronson do it back to you? Let's look for this under sea. And it looks
Not ideal of really picking up any cards there that we want, but we did get find our Mowgli, which maybe we use to try to strip something out of Josh's hand there, but not finding our under the sea, sadly, on this this Tramp.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. You want to just get that, because you want to, you know, they do it to you. You want to just do it back to them as fast as you can. And in this, or maybe I'll even take another Eleanor to probably just keep stacking that advantage together. But you just.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are potentially going to keep that snow fort and an Eleanor.
That could be a good decision as we are thinking about it. And I also, Josh is getting to a position where Under the Sea is going to snap back at you. So now you have to play the second version of this mini game and try to make your board as resilient to Under the Sea as possible before they can establish the singer. If you can't sing it yourself, at least make yourself resistant to it, as currently right now, if Josh can represent Under the Sea, which now he just drew in hand, oh my goodness, your board is very susceptible to be taking. Notably, we don't go for a quest there to try to gain some more resources here in this spot. Really just trying to preserve this board so you can set up another Eleanor as soon as next turn. But Josh has to find some momentum here, or at least present that threat of Under the Sea and force Bronson to take some initiative.
And it looks like we have 2 queens in hand. So we're going to play that queen, give our opponent 2 lore.
And you get to draw a card. I think that's why this queen, Devious Disguise, has just kind of really put herself firmly placed in the metagame. It has a very high strength, which is perfect counter to Under the Sea. It has that unique ability, which allows you to draw a card, which is also super important. And it costs 4, and you can play it for cheap sometimes with the Aurora and the Grandmother Willow. But now here we are, Josh now representing an Under the Sea by way of the witch, or excuse me, the queen, the Nani, and one of those 1-cost characters. We gotta make something happen. Although with that snow fort, it will help your board be a little bit more resistant to the Under the Sea due to its ability to increase the strength. So Tramp and now Eleanor will also survive the Under the Sea unless we got another Delamoon's Lullaby or Rhino. As we are contemplating on questing this lady, trying to trigger that Eleanor's ability, you possibly might be thinking about keeping that Willow around just for the the reduction on the next character. So just sending 3 characters exerted to trigger Eleanor. And it looks like we are gearing up to put some damage on someone. It'll probably, if I'm going after anyone, I think I have to start chipping away at this Queen Devious Disguise. I don't know. And yeah, so no, we're going to go after the Nani. Very interesting indeed, putting that damage onto the Nani stage manager instead of the Queen Devious Disguise. I believe the Queen Devious Disguise could also swing through the Snow Fort in a challenge.
Yeah, I think here the thought process I would have on this is, so the Queen has such a low willpower to begin with, and obviously swings for a big amount that it's going to, I would guess he's expecting him to hit into the tramp, and keeping Nani for some of those smaller characters, and that way it's a little easier once he pings into one of them to get the Nani gone the next turn.
That could be true. I can see that, but I mean, they both have 3 in the willpower.
Yeah,
column, so I'm like,
absolutely.
I'll get that Queen out of there instead of the Nani, but to, vibe how you vibe, and maybe there's a different reason for that. As we're gonna go tramp to tramp, this is a mess. This is actually repulsive. If I'm Bronson, I'm feeling the wall starting to close in a bit as tramp into tramp with resources in hand. It's very unlikely that you will. And we get to the Rhino, 116th Wolf. This one might be getting a little long in the tooth as well, because now your Snow Fort will be neutralized and the Under the Sea can be sang this next turn, and you're losing it all again. And Bronson has to feel the pressure starting to mount as Josh is in a flow state here, as Delamoon's Lullaby will be played, and just like that, all of the glimmers are going to be sent to the bottom of the deck, and just like that, might be getting over, and the handshake
we are giving the handshake.
Oh no, Josh Wong gets it
there.
Done, as he has won the Diet Coke Invitational CCQ and will be going to the North American Championship. Woo! Courtney, what do you think about that?
He has fought his way through so many tournaments that I am really excited that Josh has found his invitation here at the DCI CCQ. Really, Branson just wasn't finding the answers on this mirror, and Josh was really able to pull it out and just find the combos.
Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, I'm taking nothing away from Bronson. I forgot I had this thing on. taking nothing away from Bronson. I think he played very well, but that's just how this mirror goes from time to time.
Absolutely. It just is. If you find it, you find it. If you don't, you don't. And Branson really had a great day yesterday and had a great day up until this match, so should be really proud of himself, but really excited for Josh to get his invite. Yeah,
that was a stellar performance, and like we saw, even in that game, Bronson had the ability to get that tramp with Singer set up, just couldn't find it, and that is just unfortunate. We are playing, I believe, three copies of that card. So you have the ability, you have the cards, you built the deck correctly, but unfortunately for you, it just did not work out this time. So keep your head held high. You did not defend Texas, so for that, I'll never forgive you, obviously, as you let the New Zealand player come all the way to Texas and take it from Texas. What are you doing, Bronson? You should feel terrible. I'm kidding. Jokes, please. That's a joke. That is a absolute joke. No, but seriously, he couldn't have lost to a more formidable opponent. I think Ace, Josh Wong, has been on a campaign around the globe. And
he's been on a mission to get those invites.
And to finally get it done, Courtney, I think has been a stellar story to tell. But we got to do something here. We got something here to happen. As we set up for the show, we're going to get a awards presentation. We're going to crack one of these.
Cheers.
Cheers for everyone out there. Diet Coke's up.
Are you about to chug?
I can't do it.
I was gonna. That was crispy and cold. No, that you're gonna burp real loud on this microphone.
We're gonna hold it. We're gonna a little more.
So we will. We're going to take a break real quick and be right back to present you all in front of the throne.
Yes, we're gonna set that up. So please don't leave. As a matter of fact, if we can keep you guys here, if you guys want to come in, you come in here, or come in here. Garrick, get in here and talk to the people while we go set up out there. Get a microphone, Garrick and Katie. Get in here and talk to the people and share your stories and have a good time about community. All right?
We're gonna vibe.
We're gonna get in here. Okay.
That's fair.
There it is. Put the blazer back on, Garrick. You're on the clock, dude. All right. I'm yelling. Where's your Diet Coke? I'm kidding. I'm joking. You don't need Diet Coke. No more Sunny D. Put the Sunny D up. We're done with the Sunny D. We're done with the Sunny D. We can't do it with
This
Sunny
is a
D.
Diet Coke only.
I drank a full power Sunny D. It almost put me in the hospital. Can't do it. No offense to Sunny D. By the way.
We're just
All right.
we're past the age that we can have
So-
unleaded unleaded Sunny D.
All right, so
We're
I'll
full-
bump you here, Katie, if you want this,
Okay.
and I will just hot swap you. We'll update the names and everything, and I will help them set up with the.
And we've got.
All right, BRB.
Right.
We're staying. Hot swap.
Okay, come on in. We can squeeze a third chair in here. And vibe. Hello, friends.
I'm here to sell you a house. Listen, we're back. We're so back. The braid is undone, but this is showbiz. That was a quick and decisive.
It was quick and decisive.
From a decisive dogs player.
Yes.
That was
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
we do, and we had a North American champion Ed Chu say that this is lit. I'm having fun.
It was lit and it was fun. Thank you,
And I
Ed.
offered him a
Fun.
Diet Coke, and he said no, thank you. He's a Coke Zero fan. Very fun.
Boo.
But
If
yeah.
you, I have a question for you, Katie. If you were to throw a tournament that had a non-monetary entry fee, what would yours be?
Boosties.
Packs of
Boosties?
Lorcana.
Okay.
Yeah, you
alright.
gotta give me boosties.
That's-
And that is because I love serotonin and I love the rush of it, which is why I love these tournaments. You never know what you're gonna get. Tournaments are like a booster pack, but there's a guaranteed enchanted. And how more enchanting can you get than having someone from New Zealand going around the country saying, "Can I crash on your couch? I want to win one of them CCQs." We've seen him at other CCQs. You saw him down at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. He was there.
Oh, I did see him over
He's
there.
so mad he didn't win that one, but he won this one.
We're gonna keep doing this the rest of the
Yeah,
time.
and
Oh,
I
no.
love that very much because, first off, I can't do an Australian accent, but I can kind of do Kiwis. This is a dream for me. But shout out to our Kiwi listeners and followers. We had Alphos in the chat.
We love you.
Yeah, all two of you. One is playing, one is in the
One's
chat.
watching.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. That's it. It was quick. Go through them. But yeah, I do think, obviously, we saw people from all over Texas show up to this very fun, local, bespoke event. And in the end, someone from New Zealand came in and said, there's always room in America for a little bit of varietal. World Cup, happening now.
True.
But yeah, so in the chat, we have Color is Law saying, all two of you, yeah. I hear me coming from somewhere.
Oh no.
It's scary. There's like a delay. It's crazy, but I'm good now. But to people that are joining, let's do a little brief recap. So of this tournament, I'll tell you kind of like how we got here today. So we had a room of 143 players enter. Of that, 37 were dogs, but the rest, which is roughly 100 people, brought not dogs.
Mhm.
In the top 8, we had a little bit of a different breakdown. It was 62% dogs. 5 were dogs. But the other 3 weren't. Who were the other 3 in the top 3 that at top 8 that
We had Blurple, we had Amber Amethyst, and we had Ruby Sapphire.
and you are a Blurple enjoyer. I mean, do you believe that
Who, me?
you wouldn't stop playing it at such
I'm a very well-known Blurple disliker.
Then why were you doing that?
You have to join the dark side. There was a dark side and a darker side. Was I gonna play dogs or Blurple?
Okay. So
Okay.
you're a Blurple
Tolerator.
yeah, you've tolerated Blurple and you tolerated it well, winning a Woody playmat.
Yep.
So, to the players out there that don't want to play dogs, what are your advice going into set champs? Is it to tool your deck differently? Are there any paths forward if you don't want to be playing this dog deck?
Yeah, I think it really depends on what your local meta is like. If there are a lot of other dogs players there, then, pack a deck that can play into dogs. Ruby and Amethyst, I'm not joking, is actually pretty good into the deck.
That is actually what I've been running recently.
There
and
you go.
I've managed a Woody at my set champs with it. It's been really, really great. one of the community members made us wonderful Diet Coke Invitational ears, which apparently my head is slightly crooked.
It's that.
Just not finding that out
Yeah.
live on.
I'm calling my doctor right now. How make head straight.
I think that, yeah, it's a really great deck to counter dogs. I do think that the Blurple matchup is in Blurple's favor for some of the dog matchups.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, Blurple versus Blurple,
No,
Blurple, Blurple.
sorry.
But Blurple versus dogs, yeah. And I think it's right. It's all about putting in, like, I think we saw Tigger was put in for anti-Willow technology. I mean, are there any cards that you saw success in your deck specifically that were the MVPs?
Sven was really good. There are just, you need to make sure that when you're building your Blurple deck that you're not like hyper focused on dogs. You're just going to lose the mirror and lose to other control decks and other mid-range strategies. If they play Chromacon, I was playing Scuttle. So Merryweather, Scuttle, they can never get under the seed. They can never be hit by Eleanor damage either. They can't be bounced by Chromacon, so those warded characters really help out a lot. I think Amethyst Steel is also a really good strategy that you can play. Pack some Fire the Cannons in your list. Get rid of that 2-drop Grandmother Willow that's going to slow them down, or that Aurora so they can't get Eleanor down earlier. Get 4 characters out, sing Strength of Raging Fire, and you're on your way.
And I think that is such a good point because Ward is something we've seen in the newest set coming out of Attack of the Vine. It has a lot of warded characters seem to be
Does.
released.
Emeralds, yeah. Lots
So for the haters of, being targeted by abilities, rejoice. Ward is here, but so I've been seeing like Leviathan has been creeping up as a darling in this meta, but Leviathan, while a board wipe, does not get around Ward. But I do think we're still going to see dog analogs. It's just going to be toys, I think, is ultimately where it
Which
feels
we don't want to. Don't vilify the toys.
No, that's why I think it's good. It's kind of like what
Don't
Pirate
say
Life
ban Woody and ban Buzz.
You
Like,
can't. That's
stop
actually,
talking.
You can't say it.
What are you doing?
If you say that, get them banned.
Get you
yourself. Get you banned. We saw that, what was it? I lost it. When you said get them banned, I was going to do a whole bit.
Sorry.
It's not your fault, because I wanted to commit to the get them banned thing.
I also see someone in chat saying Amber Steel kills dogs, and I will say I had some success with an Amber Steel toys list at Set Champs as well.
And that's why I love Set Champs. Set Champs is a time where you can have success with decks that might be a little bit like that the Rust deck, Ruby Steel locations. I think that'd have a hard time winning a DLC. But I think in a certain room, you might be able to get definitely top 8 and maybe even win with that deck.
Yep.
So I think that's one of my favorite things about these kind of niche decks. But all of this to say, Amber Emerald Dog's good.
Yeah,
Right now, it's
good. It's good.
It's
Yeah.
the best deck by a wide margin, which we saw in this tournament. Everybody was favoring it. That's why so many people brought it. It ended up dominating the top 8 and, of course, winning the entire thing. But if you're not worried about set championships, all you got to do is wait a couple weeks and they'll be gone. They'll be going into Infinity and beyond.
That is very true.
Yeah, I think that in the Infinity format is only going to get more and more interesting. When we talk about Infinity right now, it truly was the absence and addition of 4 sets. Suddenly, Infinity versus Core, every rotation is going to look more and more disparate as far as what the 2 formats are.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see as it grows more and more what that meta looks, because I think we see a shift in the metas being very different. Whereas I feel like right now it wasn't too vastly different for the Infinity tournaments that we had.
All right, so are we ready to go over to the celebration?
I do believe
We're
we
almost.
are.
Okay, so we're going to get ready. We're not. Oh, someone was coming to take Courtney's ears. That's very fun. We rarely ever have that. Something to be like,
We're putting
Put these ears
on
Take
Josh.
them off.
Josh
was a-
better be wearing them.
they were hand delivered and then hand taken. And it's because of what
Alright.
Courtney did. She wasn't sipping her red. You have to sip a certain amount.
Everyone type
Yeah,
1
my-
in chat if you want Josh to wear the ears during his ceremony.
Yeah.
The commissioner has the
And the
ears
thing
on
that's
right now.
crazy is he wins all the Diet Coke. So now he has to go fly home. It's very heavy. I don't.
Very
No.
expensive.
He's traveling the country with like a pallet, a U-Haul. He's like, this is my Coke. I got a lot.
I won it in a tournament with Disney card game.
A fun thing about the top 8, though, is the way that it works. I asked last night. So there are a series of enchanted cards. Obviously, enchanteds, there's a secondary market. They're all going to have higher or lower value, but the winner gets to pick first. And so the winner technically can pick whichever one they want. Like there's an Eeyore on there, and everyone knows Eeyore's worth $40 million, which is
Wild.
he's cute. He's very cute.
He is very cute.
But there's also, I think they said, a Jasmine, a Power Line. So there's some stuff where you might pack one, pick one.
Some fabled fun.
Yeah, Fabled is fabled. It's
Yeah.
I mean,
What would
To
you
the
pick?
moon.
I would probably pick. I am a.
No, you're
big
taking Eeyore. I don't
Yes,
know
because
why.
Frost
I think you're
foil.
yeah,
I
you're
love
taking,
Frost foil.
Yeah, I would take Eeyore too.
They've never
That's-
done better than the Frost. The Frost foil was pinnacle for me because obviously the gold detail is very cool, very nice. But Frost foil with that holographic foiling, oh, I was
Foiling.
so, yeah, the
It's
macaroni
really,
with
really
the chicken
pretty.
strips.
I've never opened one, so
You've never opened it? Oh yeah, well, because you didn't try.
I really did.
Yeah, he's like, I
I
opened.
was like, wait, what?
I opened one box of Trove, and that's it. For
I was,
Winterspell.
my hands were on fire. I opened.
I said I'm saving money for Wilds, and I've
Listen to what I opened for
bad.
Winterspell.
Go
I
ahead.
opened less than I did for Wilds, but I got Anna, Elsa, Freeze the Vine, Mulan, Belle, and Angel. What happened? Like, what was I doing? Like, and they were all cute because I have like I love the girlies. I love a cutie. Like, I get very sad when I got Syndrome. I opened it on camera and I had to go because like that is not. That's
Then
like,
you got
That's
Leviathan.
Not, yeah, that's not a. It's not a. It's pretty. It's nice art, but it's not.
yes, it's kind of
It's
like
not the vibe.
at McDonald's. They're like, you want the boys' toy or the girl toy?
Even if you ask Mirage, when they were at their most in love, I don't think she would be like, he's a cutie patootie.
Yeah, she's
No.
like, listen, he's got an island.
he's got a lot of money. Have you
Got
seen
an
his
island.
hair? I
I'm
mean,
attracted to power, not short ginger men. And he sucks. He's like trying to kill bait. Like he almost did a family annihilation.
Yeah.
So, but
Not a look. Not a good look.
any more games today? Yeah, but not Lorcana. Just we're gonna go do a Squid Game after this.
are we actually doing that?
No, I got an ad on an Instagram saying come do a Squid Game, and I'm like,
Come do a Squid Game. Dallas.
yeah,
What
in
does
Dallas.
that mean?
I don't know. Can't be good.
No.
There's probably no Google reviews except for one person. I thought it was great.
We should do it.
Just go
Yeah.
go Squid Game.
Yeah, we should do Squid
Let's
Game.
go Squid Game.
Then whoever wins can buy a bunch of boosters and open them in.
I like how every game ends with and some boosties. But
And some boosties.
we're setting up the award ceremony because, as I talked about, the prize schedule or prize situation is the Enchanted. You first place picks goes down. One person, Josh Bong, gets the CCQ, which is a vibe. It's an email you get later this week.
He's
I
going to
would-
have a few standouts now that he's been qualifying everywhere. That's
Yeah.
that's the card you get for going to the national tournament
Okay, they're like, he's gonna stand out. I'm like,
above the
all
ground.
right, stand. Yes.
I got to talk to him after this. Listen, I'm going to try the LCQ. I haven't qualified.
So is
Set one of those
Standout-
aside for me, please. I'll buy it
Is stand out the invited to the ball analog? or-
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
because they're standing out.
that's such a good point.
Yep.
They were invited to the ball. Now they're standing out.
I do like. I like the wordplay and song choice and card choices.
And if you don't win, you get dig a little deeper. And you're like,
Try again.
yeah, I'm
try.
stuck.
You get a wrong lever.
I'm stuck. But yeah, I hear woohoo and hee-hees happening down the hall. Shout out to the University of Texas where we are
Yeah.
for being here.
University of
Texas
Texas
at
at Dallas.
Thank you. University of Texas at the place we are.
At the city we're in.
Yes, you know, that one. There's a lot of them. And shout out to everyone watching. We got 2 thumbs up, which I don't know. Does that mean throw it?
Awesome.
Garrett,
So we are
yeah.
going to throw it over there.
Yeah. There's the award ceremony. On over.
Go deep.
Jonathan, have the stuff to your left. There you go.
transition.
Greetings! Here we are at the award ceremony in the shadow of the great throne of Diet Coke. With me joining for the award ceremony, I have Irby, who is the architect and... It's on. It's on. Check.
It's green.
Check. Editor, have that removed. Here we go. We are still here at the... Huh? We're back?
Nope.
We went back? Okay. Editor, have that removed at once. Have all that removed, okay? Are we dead sound? Check. Are we back?
You can hear us? Yeah, the whole time.
From us? From the mic?
I don't know from where. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay,
You can hear me right now? Oh.
We're live.
Can you see? Are we live?
So it sounds like.
All right. Hey, editor, have all that removed. Action. You guys ready? We're rolling. Action. Greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. We are here at the culmination of the Diet Coke Invitational in the shadow of the throne of Diet Coke. Joining me is the architect and mastermind and founder of the Diet Coke Invitational, Mrs. Kirby. So what do you think about this event? How did it go?
Oh, I'm thrilled. You know, it's the fourth DCI, and the fact that we were able to give someone a seat at nationals makes me so happy. It's exactly why we do this, and the fact that everyone, a 12 pack of Diet Cokes, giving someone that opportunity, it means the world to me.
Absolutely, it was a stellar tournament, and we have our top 8 here. We're going to go ahead and award them with their prizes, as well as our champion have a quick little speech. So with that, let's begin. Coming in at 8th place, we have Zach Massenet coming all the way in. Give a round of applause as you come in, and you can pick your own enchanted. I'm excited. No, first player gets a pick.
Oh, first place is enchanted.
Okay. So you get what's left. You get the. So should we do? I'm sorry, but congratulations, and you get to take a random one of these, correct?
Yes.
All right, so here it is.
Okay.
A random assignment of
First
these.
place is supposed to do this first.
Oh, my bad. Wait, my bad. Sorry.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay.
And boom.
Okay, great.
Congratulations. You just stand over here to the side. We'll get you picked up next. Coming in at 7th place, we have Robert. Robert, come on down. Robert Dixon. Let's go. Good to God, the Mickey up here as well. That's our 7th place finalist of the Diet Coke Invitational. Now in 6th place, we have Josh Hunt. Josh Hunt, let's go. You're my favorite, man. I wanted to take this thing down, but congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we have Matt Ortiz. Let's go. Matt Ortiz. The long blurple luminaire. You almost made it. Blur Supreme. Come in, the top 4. We have Christopher Baxter. Come on down, Christopher, and take your place in greatness. All right. Now, in 3rd place, top 3, we have this, not us. Oh, I like the outfit. What is James, man? Keep running. Now, our top 2 coming in from Houston, Texas, Bronson Torres. That's right. Congratulations. Well played. And our winner, all the way from New Zealand, on the warpath through the realm of Lorcana, none other than Josh Ace Wong. Yeah, let's go. Congratulations to you. But Josh, please, come on in, really quick. Before you make your selection, how does it feel to finally get this thing done and get to the Digital Lorcana Challenge North American Championship?
Feels incredible, especially after the weekend indeed. Not great, but feels great to get there to the championship.
Right on. Finally got it done. So I'll let you take your prizes, and you get to pick one of the exclusive enchanted cards of your choice. Quick choice on the eel. Right on. Okay, second. Let's go. Champion Matt. One more time for our champion. All right, let's go. So reverse order, you can come on back in. Come on in reverse order. And now you can pick your enchanted, whichever one you want. In order, taking the power line. Let's go. And your runner-up, Matt. Okay, one round of applause for Brunson. All right, let's go. In 3rd place, let's go back on through. And you can pick whichever one you want. Oh, we're taking the Jasmine. That's smart. We're taking the Jasmine from Fable there. I think that's heads up. Let's go and let's keep on going. We can keep rolling. Let's go. You want Jack? Jack might be the way.
You're good. Also for Jack.
Let's go.
Jack.
All right, let's go. Darkwing.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Let's go. Okay. All right. Oh, they're making a deal. Are you guys making a deal over here?
Yeah.
Are we making a deal over here? Maybe looking for a deal? Okay. We're taking the syndrome. So we got Wells Can I Do and Keto on left.
Oh, yeah.
Vote for Nikita. And that's exact. You are left with the Wells Can I Do. Let's go. 8th place. Okay, 8th place. My bad. All right, but that is it. All of the enchanted cards are given out. So we can get one more round of applause for all of our finalists. Thank you guys all for your participation. participation. And can the broadcast team and the judges and organizers please call up as we start to close down the show. I want to thank you guys all for being here and being part of this phenomenal tournament. It has been great. The organizers have done a stellar job bringing this thing to life. And it's been a wonderful tournament. I cannot wait to the next DCI. I don't know if anybody has the computer wrong here, so I want to end the stream. So what I wanted to do, thank you guys all as we are closing out the DCI. It's been a great run. Until next time, I'm JD. I'm on the quest. Shout out to all of you. See you next time.